Hello guys, welcome to Watch Harry. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Wednesday Addams found Harry at age 5 and declared war on Dumbledore? Dark humor. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1. The Boy Among the Graves. The cemetery on Millbrook Lane had been Wednesday Addams's favorite place in Little Whinging for exactly 3 days, which was how long the Addams family had been staying at the bed and breakfast 2 streets over while father sorted out what he called a minor property dispute with a local developer who had made the catastrophic mistake of building a golf course over what the Addams family considered historically significant swampland. Wednesday had found the cemetery on her first morning, the way she found most things worth finding, by following the sound of something quiet. It was old, the way English cemeteries tended to be old, with stones that had gone soft at the edges from centuries of rain and moss climbing up the inscriptions like it was trying to read them. There were yew trees that had been growing since before anyone currently alive had been born, which Wednesday found deeply comforting. The iron fence around the perimeter had rusted to the color of dried blood. The gate squealed when you pushed it. She came every morning at 6, before the bed and breakfast served breakfast and before Pugsley woke up and started demanding that she help him with whatever project was currently threatening to destabilize the surrounding neighborhood. She brought a book and her black umbrella and she sat on the flat top of a Victorian-era tomb belonging to one Elspeth Margaret Crowley, 1834 to 1891, beloved wife and mother, gone too soon, and she read and occasionally spoke to Elspeth, who had been silent for 130 years but whose grave gave off a particularly satisfying cold. On the third morning, Wednesday arrived at 6:30 to find that Elspeth already had a visitor. He was small, smaller than he should have been, she thought, for a boy who looked about 5 years old. Thin in the way that had a reason behind it. Dark hair that went in every direction at once. He was sitting cross-legged in the grass beside Elspeth's stone with his back to Wednesday, and he was talking. Wednesday stopped. She was 10 years old and she had never once, in 10 years of deliberate and methodical observation of human behavior, been surprised by anything a person did. She had catalogued cruelty and kindness and cowardice and the precise moment when people decided their comfort was worth more than someone else's dignity. She had been surprised by very little. She was surprised now. Not by the fact that he was talking to a grave. Wednesday talked to graves. What surprised her was the tone, not the performative reverence people put on in cemeteries, not the crying that adults sometimes did when they thought no one was watching, not the awkward mumbled half-conversations that people offered to headstones like they were leaving a voicemail. He was just talking. Comfortably. Like Elspeth was someone he saw regularly and had plenty to catch up with. And Mrs. Figg's cats are all right but she makes me look at pictures of them for a really long time, he was saying. I don't mind cats. Uncle Vernon minds cats. Uncle Vernon minds most things, actually. A pause. I found a £1 coin yesterday on the pavement. I didn't keep it because Dudley saw and, he stopped. Reconsidered something. Anyway. Wednesday walked forward. The grass was wet and her shoes left dark impressions in it. The boy didn't hear her until she was about 2 feet away, and then he turned very fast and scrambled to his feet in a way that made her chest do something she didn't have a precise vocabulary for. The scrambling was the practiced, reflexive movement of someone who had learned that being found somewhere was usually bad. He had green eyes and a scar on his forehead shaped like a lightning bolt, which was, objectively, the most interesting thing Wednesday had seen in Little Whinging and possibly in Surrey generally. They looked at each other. You're talking to Elspeth, Wednesday said. Sorry, the boy said immediately. Reflexively. Like the word was a reflex, a small shield he'd learned to hold up fast. Don't apologize. I talked to her too. She's good company. Wednesday tilted her head. What did Dudley do? The boy blinked. He had clearly not expected the conversation to go this direction. He took it, he said, after a moment. The coin. And your aunt and uncle did nothing. It wasn't a question. The boy's silence was an answer more complete than anything he could have said. Wednesday sat down on top of Elspeth's stone. She set her book beside her, the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe, which she was reading for the third time, and looked at the boy with the measured attention she gave to things she was taking seriously. "What's your name?" she asked. "Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." "I'm Wednesday Addams." She paused. "Sit down, Harry Potter. You look like you've been standing up since before it was polite to be standing." He sat. Not immediately. There was a brief moment where he considered whether sitting down was safe, which told Wednesday a great deal, but he sat, cross-legged in the grass again, and looked at her with a wariness that was doing its best to be friendly. "Do you live near here?" she asked. "Privet Drive," he said. "Number 4. A pause. "Do you?" "No. I'm visiting." She looked at him properly, the too large clothes, the thin wrists, the way he held his shoulders like he was trying to take up less space. "How often do you come here?" "Most mornings," he said. "When I can." He glanced at Elspeth's stone and then back at her. "Is it all right that I come here? It's a public cemetery. And Elspeth doesn't mind." "I asked her." Harry looked at the stone. "What did she say?" "Nothing. She's been dead for 130 years. Wednesday opened her book. "But she didn't object, which amounts to the same thing." They sat in a silence that was, surprisingly, not uncomfortable. A crow landed on the iron fence and watched them with the expression of professional judgment that crows always seem to wear. The morning was gray and damp in the specifically English way that Wednesday had decided she approved of. Somewhere a few streets away, a car started. "Your scar," Wednesday said, without looking up from Poe. Harry touched it automatically. "I got it when I was a baby. In a car crash." Wednesday turned a page. "Was it a car crash?" Silence. Then, "I don't know. That's just what they tell me." She looked up then. He was looking at the scar on his own hand where he'd pressed his fingers to it, like it was a door he'd been told not to open and had been curious about for years. "What do you think it was?" she asked. It was clearly a question no one had ever asked him. He sat with it for a long moment, turning it over. "Something else," he said finally. "I don't know what. But something else." Wednesday nodded, as though this was exactly what she'd expected him to say, and went back to her book. She came back the next morning, and the morning after that. Harry was there each time, always before her, already sitting with Elspeth, though the conversation seemed to expand now to include Wednesday as a natural third party. They talked about books, which Harry didn't have many of but wanted more of, and about the cemetery's other residents, whose stories Wednesday had researched at the local library and delivered with the enthusiasm of someone who had finally found an audience that wouldn't flinch. They talked about crows and about whether the yew trees were conscious and about a particular stone near the back that Harry had found with no name on it, just a date, 1953, and the single word "tried." "What do you think it means?" Harry asked. "I think it means someone wanted credit for trying even if they didn't succeed," Wednesday said. "Which I find admirable. Most people only want credit for results. My aunt says effort doesn't count if you don't succeed. Your aunt sounds like someone who hasn't tried very hard at anything." Harry made a sound that was almost a laugh. Wednesday filed this away. On the 6th morning, she arrived to find him already there, and the moment she came through the gate she knew something was different. He was sitting in his usual spot but hunched in a way that was less cross-legged, comfortable and more trying to be smaller, and when he turned at the sound of the gate he had the look on his face of someone who had been crying recently and had been hoping no one would notice. There was a bruise along his jaw that hadn't been there yesterday. Wednesday walked over and sat down. She did not ask if he was all right, because he clearly was not, and asking it would have been condescending. She opened her book. She read a paragraph. Then she said, conversationally, "Tell me about your aunt and uncle." It took him a while. But he told her. Not everything, not all at once, but enough. The cupboard under the stairs. The way food worked, or didn't. The chores. The way Dudley's bruises and Harry's bruises were treated differently. The way invisible was something he'd learned to be because being visible was usually worse. Wednesday listened without expression. She finished the paragraph she was on. She turned a page she wasn't reading. "How long have you lived there?" she said. "Since I was 1, he said. "After my parents died." "Do you have any other family?" "I don't think so." He picked at the grass. "They always say I don't." Wednesday closed her book. She looked at Harry Potter, small and thin and careful with his words, sitting in a cemetery at 6 in the morning because it was the only place he felt comfortable, and she made a decision. She made it the same way she made all her decisions, completely, without ambiguity, and with the understanding that she would now be required to follow it through regardless of difficulty, because Wednesday Addams did not make commitments she didn't intend to keep. "Come with me," she said. "Where?" "To meet my parents." Harry looked at her with the expression of someone who has learned not to want things, but who cannot quite stop himself from wanting this one. "Why?" Wednesday stood up. She picked up her book and her umbrella. "Because Elspeth has been keeping your company for 6 mornings and I've only been doing it for 6 days, and I think you deserve something with a pulse." The bed and breakfast was called Magnolia View, which Wednesday disliked on principle, and the family had taken up the entire top floor, which had required some creative negotiation with the proprietor, a Mrs. Hilda Babcock, who had agreed to the arrangement after Morticia had a very quiet 10-minute conversation with her that Wednesday had not been present for but whose effects had been immediate and comprehensive. Harry stopped at the bottom of the stairs. "They won't mind," he said. "My family never minds unexpected guests," Wednesday said. "We've had a reanimated postal worker stay with us for 3 weeks. You'll be fine." She didn't wait for him to decide. She went up the stairs. After a moment, she heard him follow. Gomez Addams was in the small sitting room that adjoined their suite, already dressed at 7 in the morning because Gomez was constitutionally incapable of being anything less than fully dressed before 8 o'clock, wearing a chalk-striped suit and doing something vigorous with a fencing foil that the ceiling height did not really accommodate. He stopped mid-lunge when Wednesday came through the door with a small boy behind her. "Wednesday, my ghoul," he cried, with the tremendous warmth that Gomez brought to literally everything, and then his eyes found Harry and he went very still for exactly 1 second in the way that Gomez went still when something reached him somewhere deep. "And who is this?" "Harry Potter," Wednesday said. "He lives on Privet Drive. He's been visiting the cemetery." "A boy of taste," Gomez boomed, recovering. He crossed the room in 3 strides and crouched down to Harry's level, which Wednesday appreciated. Gomez always crouched down when he talked to children, because he felt it was important to look people in the eye. "Gomez Addams." "Delighted. Absolutely delighted. Are you hungry?" "You look hungry." Cara Mia." "I'm not," Harry started. "He's hungry," Wednesday told her father. Morticia came out of the bedroom in her black gown, dark hair falling perfectly, with the bearing of a queen who found most thrones unworthy of her attention. She looked at Harry with her large dark eyes and her expression did something subtle that Wednesday recognized as the expression her mother got when she saw something that needed tending. "Hello," Morticia said, and her voice was the kind of voice that wrapped around you. "What's your name?" "Harry," he said. He'd gone very still in the way that small animals went still when they weren't sure yet if a thing was safe. But he was looking at Morticia with a kind of open, helpless attention, the way you looked at something beautiful that you'd never seen up close before. "Harry Potter." "Harry." Morticia repeated it as though tasting it, nodding slightly. "Are you a friend of Wednesday's?" "I think so," Harry said, and then glanced at Wednesday to check. "Yes," Wednesday confirmed. Gomez had already moved to the small kitchenette and was opening every cabinet with the energy of a man who considered feeding people a sacred duty. Eggs. We have eggs. And that bread from the bakery on the corner, Wednesday, you had some yesterday, yes? Good bread. Excellent bread. Harry, do you like eggs? Yes, Harry said, with a care in his voice that suggested this was a question he found unexpectedly moving. Excellent. Sit down, Harry sat. He sat on the edge of the chair with his back very straight and his hands in his lap, the posture of someone who had been made to feel like a guest in their own life for so long that they brought guest behavior everywhere. Morticia sat in the chair across from him and looked at him with the steady, uncomplicated attention that she gave everything. How did you and Wednesday meet? In the cemetery, Harry said. Of course, Morticia said, as though this were perfectly standard. Wednesday has always had good taste in friends. I talked to the graves, Harry offered, apparently feeling this needed to be addressed. She does too. Elspeth mostly. Elspeth Crowley, Morticia said, nodding. 1891, the yew tree near her stone is lovely this time of year. Harry stared at her. You know the cemetery? We visited it our first evening here. It's the best maintained historical site within walking distance. Morticia tilted her head. You live nearby? Privet Drive. With your family? A pause. My aunt and uncle. Morticia's eyes moved briefly to the bruise on his jaw, and then back to his eyes. She said nothing. But her hands, folded in her lap, went very slightly still. Gomez put a plate of eggs and toast in front of Harry with the flourish of a man presenting a banquet, and Harry looked at it the way Wednesday had seen people look at things they'd been told they didn't deserve and had spent years quietly believing. He ate the whole thing in about 4 minutes. Wednesday did not take Harry back to the cemetery that morning. Instead they went to the library, which she'd been using for research, and she set Harry up with a stack of books that she'd selected based on 3 mornings of conversational data about what he actually wanted to know about the world. He read for 2 hours without stopping, and Wednesday read beside him, and it was one of the more comfortable mornings she had spent in Little Whinging, which was not a high bar but was something. At 11, she said, does your aunt know where you are? She knows I go out in the mornings. He kept his eyes on the page. She doesn't usually ask. And if she did ask? She'd say I was getting underfoot somewhere else. A pause. She says that about me being anywhere. Wednesday looked at him sideways. He was reading a book about natural history with the focused absorption of someone who had been hungry for information for 5 years and was finally at a table. There was a word Wednesday had encountered in a psychology text she'd read when she was 8, and it had stayed with her because she felt it described something real: flinch-ready. The way certain creatures held themselves when they'd learned that the environment was unpredictable. Harry was flinch-ready. Every part of him, all the time. Even when he was comfortable, like now, there was a background readiness, a low hum of bracing. Wednesday found this intolerable. Not in an emotional way, or not in a way she'd have called emotional, but in the precise, purposeful way she found all intolerable things intolerable, as problems requiring solutions. She went back to her book. She turned the problem over in her mind with the same methodical care she gave to planning, and by the time they left the library at noon, she had the broad strokes of a plan. I want to adopt him, Wednesday said. Gomez was on the phone with his solicitor in what he apparently considered an indoor voice. He held up a finger, said 3 more things into the phone that involved specific parcel numbers and the phrase, continental jurisdiction, and then hung up and turned to look at his eldest daughter. Morticia was in the other chair, reading. She hadn't looked up when Wednesday spoke, but her posture changed, the small adjustment that meant she was paying close attention. The boy from the cemetery, Gomez said. Harry Potter. Wednesday sat down with the deliberateness of someone presenting a case. He lives on Privet Drive with relatives who are abusive. He has a bruise on his jaw that appeared between yesterday and this morning. He lives in a cupboard under the stairs. He apologizes as an automatic reflex. He has green eyes and a scar on his forehead that is not from a car accident. She paused. He talks to graves because they are the only ones who listen without consequence. Silence. Gomez looked at Morticia. Morticia set down her book and looked at Wednesday with a thoughtful, level expression that meant she was taking the measure of something. The cupboard, Morticia said. They give him the cupboard under the stairs. Gomez made a sound. It was quiet, which for Gomez meant it was serious. The relatives have legal guardianship, Morticia said. I know, Wednesday said. I've been thinking about that. She paused. You have a solicitor. I do. And you have money. Enough. And you have, Wednesday said carefully, a relationship with certain officials in several countries that make certain processes move faster than they would otherwise. Gomez cleared his throat. Wednesday, he needs to come home with us, Wednesday said, and she said it with the absolute, unadorned certainty of someone who has considered all other options and found them inadequate. Father. He's been in that house since he was 1 year old and no one has done anything about it for 5 years because no one has looked. She paused. I looked. Gomez and Morticia looked at each other for a long moment, the look of parents who are having an entire conversation without words. Then Gomez stood up and smoothed his jacket and picked up the phone again. I'll call the solicitor back, he said. And you, he pointed at Wednesday. Will say nothing alarming to Harry for the next 24 hours. Define alarming, Wednesday said. Nothing that will make him run away before we've got the paperwork sorted. I would never, Wednesday said. Wednesday spent that afternoon on Privet Drive. Not visibly. Wednesday had spent enough time in the company of things that did not want to be seen to understand invisibility as a practical skill. She sat in the small park across from number 4 with a book in her lap and watched the Dursleys with the patient attention of someone taking inventory. The aunt was called Petunia and she was thin and hard-faced and had a way of looking at the front door of number 4 that managed to be both possessive and resentful. The uncle was Vernon, large and purple-complected, who came home at 5:15 and made a great deal of noise doing it. The cousin was Dudley, pink and large for his age and attended by a small orbit of friends who all moved with the collective confidence of children who had never been told no. Harry was not visible for most of the afternoon. He reappeared at 4:30, coming around the side of the house from what Wednesday estimated was the garden. The Dursleys' garden was immaculate and someone maintained it who was not Petunia or Vernon, and he was wearing gloves 3 sizes too large and carrying a trowel, and he put both away tidily in the garden shed before going back inside through the kitchen door. Wednesday stayed in the park until 7. At 7, she went back to the bed and breakfast and found Pugsley had obtained a quantity of fertilizer from somewhere and was attempting something in the back courtyard that required both her father's fire extinguisher and his involvement. She waited out the chaos and then went to her room and opened her journal. She wrote, "The Dursleys are not complicated people. This is, counterintuitively, what makes them dangerous. Complicated people can be reasoned with, can be appealed to, can be made to see the gap between who they are and who they present themselves as. Simple people are only interested in their own comfort and they will tell any story that protects it. For 5 years the story has been that Harry Potter is a problem they are generously managing. This story serves them very well. A new story is required." She closed the journal. She went to find her father. The solicitor's name was Mr. Creech, and he arrived the following morning in a car that suggested someone who was very good at his job and not particularly interested in anyone knowing it. He had a briefcase and a look of guarded professional calm that Wednesday associated with people who had worked for the Addams family long enough to stop being surprised by them. He met with Gomez and Morticia in the small sitting room for 2 hours. Wednesday was not technically present. She was, however, in the ventilation space above the room, which she had identified on her second day as providing excellent acoustics, and she listened with her chin in her hands and her legs crossed. What she understood, filtered through legal language, the relatives had guardianship through a process that had been, Mr. Creech suggested carefully, somewhat irregular. The documentation was thin in places it shouldn't be. Whoever had arranged this guardianship had done it very quickly and with an interest in it being permanent that went somewhat beyond what child welfare processes typically looked like. Someone put him there deliberately, Wednesday said, when Mr. Creech had gone. She was now technically present, having descended from the ventilation space while her parents were reviewing documents. Gomez looked up. He did not ask how she'd heard. He said, "That appears to be the shape of it, yes." "Who?" "That's the question," Morticia said. She was looking at a document and her expression was the particular still surface over deep current look she got when something had made her genuinely angry. "I'll find out," Wednesday said. "First," her father said, in the firm but loving tone he used when he agreed with her but needed her to hold on, "let's get the boy out of the house. Then we can ask the other questions." Wednesday brought Harry to the bed and breakfast the next morning, which was Saturday, and which meant Pugsley was awake and in the sitting room building something out of spare parts when they arrived. Harry stopped in the doorway and looked at Pugsley. Pugsley looked at Harry. Pugsley held up the device he was building in a spirit of introduction. "What is that?" Harry asked. "A timer," Pugsley said. "For an explosive. The last one went off 11 seconds late and father nearly lost the good hat." Harry stepped further into the room. "How do you fix a timer delay like that?" Pugsley stared at him. Then he moved over on the floor and made room. Wednesday watched them settle into the comfortable parallel absorption of two people who had found unexpected common language, and she felt the thing in her chest that she still didn't have a word for, though she was beginning to think the word might be something embarrassingly ordinary. Gomez took Harry aside after lunch. Wednesday watched from across the room, not reading the book she was holding. She had prepared herself for this, had planned it, had considered the variables, had decided this was the correct order of operations. But watching it happen was different from planning it. Gomez sat down with Harry at the small table by the window and talked to him with the same crouched-down-to-your-level attention he'd given him the first morning. Wednesday couldn't hear what he said, she was respecting the distance, which was not something she did often, but which felt appropriate. She watched Harry's face. She watched the moment when Harry understood what was being offered. The expressions moved across his face in a progression she found unexpectedly difficult to watch, confusion first, then a careful nothing that meant don't feel it yet in case it goes away, then something that broke the surface of that careful nothing anyway, and then he looked at the table. Gomez put his hand over Harry's. This was a Gomez thing, physical warmth, no conditions, no prerequisites. He didn't wait for Harry to be comfortable with it. He just offered it, openly, and left it there. Harry looked at the table for a long time. Then he looked up at Gomez and said something Wednesday couldn't hear, and Gomez threw his head back and laughed the Gomez laugh, full body, unrestrained, the laugh of a man for whom joy was not something to be moderated, and Harry, small and thin and careful Harry Potter, smiled. It was the first time Wednesday had seen him smile like that. Not the almost laugh from the cemetery, not the polite smile he'd given Morticia. This was the smile of someone who had been holding their breath for 5 years and finally, slowly, let some of it go. Wednesday looked back at her book. Her jaw was set. Her posture was precise. Her eyes were entirely dry. She turned a page she hadn't read. The Dursleys were informed via a legal process that moved with unusual speed, facilitated by documents that Mr. Creech produced with the efficiency of someone who knew exactly which pressure points in which bureaucracies to touch and how hard. Vernon Dursley came to the bed and breakfast on the third day with the specific pink rage of a man who had expected no resistance and found a wall. He found Wednesday in the foyer. "I need to speak with your parents about that boy," he said, with the particular contempt of someone who had already decided the outcome of the conversation. Wednesday looked at him. She was 10 years old and small even for 10, in her black dress with her braids and her expression of calm, total assessment. She said, "You mean Harry. He is our responsibility and, he was your responsibility," Wednesday said. "You did not discharge it well." She tilted her head. My father's solicitor has copies of the medical records from Harry's doctor visits over the past 4 years. He also has photographs. He also has statements from several neighbors who saw more than you'd like. Vernon Dursley's face moved through several colors. Now see here, my father will be down in a moment, Wednesday said. I recommend, for your own sake, that you have a number in mind before he arrives. He spluttered. A number? A number you will accept in exchange for signing the documents Mr. Creech has prepared. She looked at him steadily. My father is prepared to be generous. He becomes less generous the longer the conversation takes. Vernon Dursley looked at her with the expression of a man who had just realized he'd knocked on the wrong door. Gomez came down the stairs. He came down them the way Gomez did everything, with tremendous energy and a genuinely pleasant expression that did not reach his eyes, and he extended his hand to Vernon Dursley with the specific warmth of a man who knew he held all the cards and found them entertaining. Mr. Dursley, Gomez said. Wonderful of you to come. Let's talk. Wednesday went upstairs. Harry was in Pugsley's room, and through the door she could hear them arguing cheerfully about something involving mathematics and explosion radius. She stood in the hallway for a moment, listening, and then she went to her own room and opened her journal again. She wrote, "The man who put Harry on Privet Drive knew something about Harry. Something that made it worth the irregular paperwork and the speed and the very specific choice of relatives who would keep him small and invisible and grateful for scraps. Someone wanted Harry Potter not to know who he was. I want to know why." She paused, then added, "Harry made his first joke today. He told Pugsley that the timer issue was probably just the universe trying to give him 11 seconds to reconsider. Pugsley did not understand this. Harry explained it. Pugsley still did not understand it. Harry found this funnier than the original joke. He has a sense of humor. Nobody told it to stay small." She closed the journal. Through the wall, she heard Pugsley burst into laughter and something small and metallic hit the floor, and Harry's voice saying, "I told you not to," and then both of them laughing. Vernon Dursley left the bed and breakfast 50 minutes after he'd arrived. He left with a check and a face that had finally settled on a single color, a resigned, deflated gray, and he walked to his car with the bearing of a man who had made a calculation and not liked the answer but had taken it anyway. Mr. Creech left 20 minutes after that, with documents bearing fresh signatures. Gomez came up the stairs taking 3 at a time, which he always did when he was happy, and he opened the door to Pugsley's room without knocking, which was normal Addams family procedure, and he said, "Harry." Harry looked up from the floor where he and Pugsley were surrounded by mechanical parts. Gomez was smiling the smile he kept for things that mattered, not the broad social smile, not the enthusiastic Gomez loves everything smile. The real one, which was quieter. "It's done," he said. Harry looked at him. He'd been told what was happening, Wednesday had told him, because she thought he deserved to know what was happening in his own life and no one else had been going to tell him, and he'd spent 2 days with the careful nothing face on, the don't feel it yet face, while the adults sorted it. Now he looked at Gomez and the careful nothing face did the thing Wednesday had watched it do before, broke at the surface, just a little, the way ice broke in spring. "It's really done," he said. "It's really done," Gomez said. "Welcome to the family, Iho." Gomez crossed the room and hugged Harry, and it was a Gomez hug, full and unequivocal and with no provision for exit until Gomez decided the hug was complete, and Harry, after approximately 1 second of the flinch-ready stiffness that was his default, hugged back. Pugsley looked at Wednesday across the room. Wednesday looked back at him. "Don't say anything," she said. "I wasn't going to say anything," Pugsley said, and because he was her brother and knew her, he went back to his mechanical parts and said nothing at all. Wednesday stood in the doorway with her journal under her arm and her book in her hand and her face in its customary arrangement, and she watched Harry Potter, who was small and thin and flinch-ready and had green eyes and a scar that wasn't from a car crash, hold on to her father like something he'd been looking for 5 years and had stopped believing he'd find. She opened her journal. Under the last entry, she wrote one more line: someone put him there deliberately. And they will want him back. I intend to have a great deal to say about that. 3 days later, the Addams family returned to their mansion. Harry came with them, sitting between Wednesday and Pugsley in the back seat of the car, with a single bag of things that Wednesday had already noted were insufficient and would be replaced. He watched the countryside go by with wide, quiet eyes. When the outlines of the mansion first appeared on the hill, towers and weather vanes and the iron lacework of the widow's walk against the grey sky, he pressed his face closer to the window. "Is that your house?" he said. "Our house," Wednesday said. Harry looked at her. Then he looked back at the house, old and dark and enormous, with the graveyard visible through the trees at its eastern edge and the crow population of the immediate area already wheeling and settling back as if acknowledging arrivals. "I like it," Harry said. "Of course you do," Wednesday said. "You have taste." He smiled, the smile, the real one, and turned back to the window. Wednesday looked forward at the road. The mansion grew larger as they approached. In her lap, her journal was open to a blank page, waiting. She picked up her pen and wrote, Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Education of Harry Addams. The first thing Harry did when he arrived at the mansion was fall through a trapdoor. Not metaphorically. There was a literal trapdoor in the floor of the third hallway on the left, which the family used regularly and simply stepped around by habit, and Harry, who did not yet know about it, stepped directly onto it and dropped 6 feet into the room below, which happened to be a small stone antechamber that Gomez used for fencing practice and which was currently occupied by Lurch, who caught Harry with one enormous hand before he hit the floor and set him upright with the careful precision of someone handling something fragile. Harry looked up at Lurch. Lurch looked down at Harry. "Thank you," Harry said. Lurch made the sound he made, which was somewhere between a groan and a word. "He says you're welcome," Wednesday said, appearing at the edge of the trapdoor above and looking down. "And to watch the third hallway on the left." "Bit late," Harry said. "Yes," Wednesday agreed, without apology. "Pugsley fell in 4 times before he learned. You only fell in once. This is encouraging." Harry looked around the antechamber, the stone walls, the weapon racks, the suit of armor in the corner that was watching him with a visor cracked open approximately 1 inch, and said, with the tone of someone updating their working model of the world, "Okay." He said okay a lot in those first weeks. Not as agreement, exactly, more as the sound of a mind processing new information and filing it. "Okay, there is a trapdoor. Okay, the suit of armor is probably not empty. Okay, the cat is not a cat in any conventional sense and makes sounds that Morticia calls singing, but which have made birds leave the immediate area. The cat's name was Zara, and she was enormous and black and appeared in rooms she hadn't entered through any visible door. She chose Harry's bed to sleep on within 48 hours of his arrival, which Morticia said was an honor and Wednesday said was the cat's way of claiming him as territory, and Harry said he didn't mind either way because she was warm and the room was drafty. The room they gave him was on the 2nd floor, east wing, with a window that faced the graveyard. He didn't ask for a different view. When Wednesday checked, 3 days in, she found he'd left the curtains open. The adjustment was not without difficulty. The difficulty was not with the house, which Harry took to with the ease of someone who had always felt more comfortable in unusual places than ordinary ones. The difficulty was internal, the gradual, uneven process of unlearning 5 years of very specific conditioning. It showed up in small ways. He asked permission for things that required no permission. He startled at raised voices, even when the raised voices were Gomez on the phone expressing enthusiasm. He ate like someone who'd been told they were eating too much, too fast, too focused on finishing, eyes sometimes checking the room. Morticia noticed all of it. She didn't comment on it directly, which Wednesday recognized as the correct strategy. She simply adjusted the texture of daily life around it, meals were regular and unhurried, portions were generous without fanfare, no one was loud near Harry for the first few weeks unless they were being loud for a good reason and had warned him first. Gomez expressed his feelings about this in the privacy of the study while Wednesday was in the ventilation space above. 5 years, he said, to no one in particular, which was how Gomez processed things that upset him. In a cupboard. Morticia was quiet. The scar, Gomez said. He said it itches sometimes. At night. Like something pressing on it from the inside. I know, Morticia said. And he didn't know about magic. He knows now. A pause. He took it rather well. He takes everything rather well, Gomez said, and there was a roughness in his voice that Wednesday recognized as the sound of someone who found that fact both admirable and heartbreaking. He told me yesterday that he used to make the teacher's wig fly across the room when he was upset and he thought it was just something that happened. Like weather. He didn't know it was him. Wednesday, above them, turned a page of her journal. The magic conversation had happened on day 4. It had been Wednesday who'd had it, because she had decided that Harry deserved to know the truth about himself from someone who wasn't going to wrap it in either drama or false comfort, and she was better positioned than anyone to deliver information plainly. They'd been in the library, the Addams library, which was large and poorly organized and contained several books that bit you if you weren't careful and one shelf that rearranged itself overnight and which Wednesday found useful, and Wednesday had said, without preamble, "You have magic." Harry had looked up from the book he was reading. What? You're a wizard. Or you will be, properly, when you're trained. Right now you have untrained magical ability that manifests under emotional pressure. The wig incident. The time you got onto the school roof. The time you accidentally regrew your hair overnight after your aunt cut it. Harry stared at her. How do you know about the hair? You told me about it in the cemetery. You said your aunt was furious when it came back and you couldn't explain it. He thought about this. I thought I'd imagined it. You didn't. She turned a page. My family has known about the magical world for several generations. We've never had formal training. Father says Addams' magic predates institutional structures and doesn't need organizing, but we're aware of it. There's a school in Scotland that teaches it. You'll likely receive an invitation when you're 11. A school for wizards, Harry said slowly. Yes. In Scotland. Yes. He sat with it. Wednesday watched him turn it over, this enormous piece of information about himself, with the same focused consideration he gave everything. Then he said, "Is that why someone put me with the Dursleys?" Wednesday looked at him. What made you think of that? Because if I'm a wizard, he said slowly, and my parents died when I was 1, and the scar isn't from a car crash, someone put me somewhere specific, didn't they? Someone made a choice about where I went. He looked at her steadily. Not just social services. Wednesday held his gaze for a moment. Yes, she said. I think so. Why? That, she said, is what I'm working on finding out. She had been working on it for months before that conversation. The library helped, not the mundane section, which was large but not particularly useful for this, but the older wing, the one with the books that required gloves or careful handling, where her family had accumulated over generations a significant library of texts on magical history and politics and the social structure of the wizarding world. What she found was this: in 1981, something called the Dark Lord, Voldemort, though most of the magical world apparently couldn't bring themselves to say it, which Wednesday found baffling, had been defeated by a 1-year-old child on Halloween. The child had been Harry Potter. The parents had been killed. The child had survived, apparently uniquely, from a curse that was meant to kill him. A scar had resulted. The magical world called him the boy who lived. They had celebrated in the streets. They had sent owls. They had held parties. And then the most powerful wizard in Britain, the headmaster of the magical school, Albus Dumbledore, had placed Harry, in the middle of the night, on the doorstep of a house on Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey, with a letter. A letter. Wednesday had read about this in a text written by a historian who considered it an act of profound wisdom. She had read it twice to make sure she'd understood it correctly. Then she'd set the book down on her desk and sat very still for several minutes. She'd written in her journal, a man placed a 1-year-old orphan, who had just survived a catastrophic event, on a doorstep in the middle of the night, with a letter as the sum total of transition support. The people he was left with were not equipped, emotionally, temperamentally, or apparently morally, to raise a child, let alone a child with magical ability and significant trauma. And this man is considered the greatest wizard of his age. I need to understand what he thought he was doing. She'd spent 3 more weeks reading. She'd found references to something called a blood protection, a magical ward that theoretically activated when Harry lived with a blood relative of his mother's, powered by a specific kind of love magic. She'd found references to a prophecy, oblique, frustrating references, the sort that appeared in texts that discussed it as common knowledge without explaining it, which meant it was one of those things the magical world simply assumed everyone already knew. She hadn't yet found the text of the prophecy. She'd written that down as a priority. What she had found was the shape of it. Dumbledore had a plan. The plan involved Harry. The plan had a shape that looked, from a sufficient distance, like raising a child toward a specific purpose, keeping him alive, keeping him appropriately humble and unaware of his own significance, and then at the right moment, delivering him to a confrontation that Dumbledore had decided was necessary. Wednesday had written, underlined, "He is not a person to Albus Dumbledore. He is an instrument. This is unacceptable." She did not share all of this with Harry immediately. She shared it in pieces, as he was ready for it, and she was careful about the order. First, you have magic, and it's yours, and it belongs to you. Second, your parents were real people and they chose to stand between you and something terrible, and that is a fact about who they were. Third, the magical world exists and has opinions about you that are based on something that happened when you were 1 year old, before you could form an opinion back. Fourth, and this one she waited on for months, until Harry was 7 and had been with them for 2 years and had developed enough of a foundation to hold it. Fourth, someone made choices about your life that you didn't get a say in. By then Harry was 7 and had been sleeping in a room with a graveyard view for 2 years and had been taught by Wednesday and read every book she put in front of him and had spent 2 years absorbing the Addams family's singular, uncompromising attitude toward the world, which could be summarized as, the world has opinions about who you should be, and those opinions are largely the world's problem, not yours. He took the fourth piece of information and turned it over carefully and said, "Dumbledore." "Yes," Wednesday said. "And he'll want me back." "Probably." She looked at him. "When you're 11 and the school letter comes." Harry nodded. He was quiet for a while. They were in the graveyard, the Addams graveyard, which was in better condition than most because Gomez maintained it as a point of family pride and honor, sitting on the stone bench near the Addams plot, which Wednesday found comfortable and which Harry had adopted as a thinking spot. "Okay," Harry said finally. "That's your response? Okay. I need to think about it more." He picked up a small stone and turned it in his fingers. "But okay for now." "Fair enough," Wednesday said. He looked at her sideways. "Have you been planning for it?" "For some time, yes." "How long?" "Since I was 10. He looked at her. He was 7, she was 12, and he said, with the particular dry tone he had developed that Wednesday privately found deeply satisfying, "You planned for it before you even met me properly." "I planned for the principle of it," she said. "The specifics required knowing you. And now you know me." "Sufficiently," she said. He almost smiled. "That's very reassuring." "It should be," Wednesday said, without any irony at all. Pugsley taught Harry to build things. This had begun with the timer incident and had expanded naturally, the way things expanded between Pugsley and anyone who showed genuine interest in his projects, which most people did not because most people had a survival instinct that Pugsley's projects tended to offend. Harry had no particular survival instinct, or rather he had a high tolerance for risk in the specific category of Pugsley's activities because the risks were interesting and contained and explicable, whereas the risks of the Dursley household had been arbitrary and inexplicable, and Harry apparently found the former a significant improvement. They blew things up together in the east courtyard with Gomez supervising and occasionally cheering, and they built increasingly elaborate mechanical objects in Pugsley's room, and by the time Harry was 7 the two of them had constructed a device that Pugsley claimed would revolutionize the family's approach to home defense and which Wednesday declined to test because she had the sneaking suspicion it would work. What Wednesday noticed about Harry with Pugsley was the looseness. With Wednesday, Harry was engaged and interested and comfortable, but there was always a layer of care in it. He paid attention, he thought before he spoke, he was present in a deliberate way. With Pugsley, who was incapable of deliberateness, Harry just was. Loud and focused and competitive in the easy way that siblings were competitive, and he laughed differently with Pugsley than he laughed with anyone else, less contained, less checked. He had settled into the family with a completeness that Wednesday found, in her private moments, remarkable. Not that he'd lost himself, he was still Harry, still the boy from the cemetery, still careful and observant and possessed of a seriousness that underlay everything. But the Addams family had a way of accepting people entirely and without condition that made certain things possible. The flinch-ready posture, it didn't disappear, it probably wouldn't ever disappear entirely, but it loosened. His shoulders came down. He stopped asking permission for ordinary things. He called Gomez Dad for the first time when he was 6.5, apparently by accident in the middle of a conversation about something Pugsley had built, and Gomez had stopped completely and looked at Harry and Harry had gone very still and braced, and Gomez had picked him up, simply and entirely, the way you picked up a small child, and had said something into his hair in Spanish that Wednesday hadn't been close enough to hear. She'd been close enough to hear Harry's response, which was to hold on very hard and not say anything. Morticia had begun teaching him French at 7 and Latin at 8, which she taught Wednesday and Pugsley as well, believing that useful languages were better gifts than most. Harry was excellent at Latin, which Morticia said was because he had a natural affinity for the logic underlying things, and Wednesday thought was because he'd been reading voraciously since he was 5 and had internalized enough vocabulary roots that the patterns came easily. He was excellent at most things that involved patterns. This was something Wednesday observed and catalogued over years. His mind was pattern-oriented, found the underlying structure of things with a speed that had nothing to do with formal education and everything to do with how he'd learned to read the world in order to survive it. When Harry was 8, Morticia began teaching him magic. Not formally, the Addams family didn't have wands and didn't have a curriculum and had nothing that looked like a classroom. What they had was history and practice and an attitude toward magic that treated it as something that belonged to you rather than something you were permitted to borrow under specific conditions. Magic, Morticia told Harry, in the conservatory among the plants that Wednesday had stopped questioning years ago, is not a performance. It doesn't care whether you're properly dressed or standing in the right place or holding the correct stick. It responds to you. To what you actually are, not what you're presenting. Harry was sitting cross-legged on the floor between two plants that were engaged in a very slow dispute over the same patch of light. Then why does the school use wands? Because teaching hundreds of children to access their own magic without any structure is impractical, Morticia said. Wands provide a channel. A focus. For someone who already has a relationship with their own magic, they're a useful tool. For someone who doesn't, they're a crutch. Which is better? Harry asked. Understanding what you're actually doing, Morticia said, and then picking up whatever tool is useful. Wednesday was at the workbench in the corner, doing something with plants herself that required concentration, but she was listening. She was always listening. The Addams family magic was not like what she read about in textbooks. It was older and stranger and less codified, it worked through will and attention and a particular quality of intention that Wednesday thought of as meaning it, the way you could say a word without meaning it and the word did nothing, or say it and mean every letter and have it land like a stone. The Addams family meant everything. Harry turned out to be extraordinarily good at this. Not in the showy, explosive way that magic sometimes manifested in children, though there had been a memorable incident with a storm drain in the backyard when he was 6 that was still considered a family landmark. His magic was controlled in a way that was unusual for someone untrained. Things did what he meant them to do. He had already, apparently, developed a working relationship with it during 5 years of Privet Drive, where he'd needed to make things happen without understanding how, and now it was like watching someone discover they'd been speaking a language fluently and just hadn't known the name for it. He was quiet about it, too. He practiced the way he did most things, with absorption and privacy and a quality of seriousness that stopped short of gravity because Harry's baseline was never quite grave, always a few degrees warmer than that. He levitated things without thinking about it when he was interested in them. Wednesday had caught him 3 times sitting on the ceiling reading. She'd said nothing. He'd turned the page. When Harry was 9, 3 things happened in sequence that Wednesday would later identify as the unofficial beginning of the war. The first was the owl. It arrived in late September, an enormous tawny owl that appeared on the library windowsill at 7 in the morning with a letter that was not a Hogwarts acceptance letter, too early for that, but a personal correspondence. The envelope was addressed in handwriting that was very old and very precise, and it was addressed not to Harry Potter but to H. Potter Addams, the East Wing, 2nd floor, which meant whoever sent it had been paying attention to the family for some time. Wednesday intercepted it before Harry was awake. She read it. Then she sat with it for a long time in the library with the grey morning light coming through the windows and the owl watching her with the yellow-eyed patience of owls. The letter was from Albus Dumbledore. It was warm and measured and eloquent, and it said, essentially, that he had been aware of the change in Harry's living situation for some time, had given it careful thought, and had concluded that while he respected the Addams family's care for Harry, it was important for Harry's development and safety that certain preparations be made in consultation with himself, as the person most familiar with the specific circumstances of Harry's unique situation, and he would very much like to arrange a meeting. The phrase unique situation appeared 3 times. The phrase Harry's best interests appeared twice. The phrase greater good did not appear, but its shape was in the spaces between the sentences like wallpaper beneath new paint. Wednesday put the letter in her journal. She fed the owl from the window because it wasn't the owl's fault. She went upstairs. Harry was awake, already dressed, reading a book he'd started last night and apparently decided to finish before breakfast. He looked up when she came in. Dumbledore wrote, she said. He closed the book. He didn't look surprised. What did he say? He wants to meet. She sat on the edge of the desk chair. He says he wants to discuss your unique situation. He means that he wants to see if I'm being kept appropriately, Harry said, with the flat accuracy of someone who had been thinking about this for a long time. Check that his plan is still on track. Essentially, Wednesday said. He phrases it more beautifully. What are you going to do? What are we going to do? Wednesday corrected. This is your letter. Harry was quiet. He turned his book over in his hands, a habit, the way other people fidgeted. I want to read everything you have on him, he said finally. Before we do anything. Already compiled, Wednesday said. She produced a folder from under her arm that she had put together over 3 years of research, updated monthly, organized with the precision of someone who took their intelligence gathering seriously. She set it on the desk beside him. Start with the section on the prophecy. He opened the folder. Then he looked up. You found the prophecy? 3 months ago, Wednesday said. In a text on Department of Mysteries archive incidents. Someone leaked a partial transcript in 1987. I found a copy in a private magical library in Edinburgh. She paused. Our family has a history with that library. Of course we do, Harry said. He read for 2 hours. Wednesday let him. The second thing that happened that September was that Snape appeared on the property. Not at the door. He wasn't the sort to appear at the door, or rather, Wednesday thought, he was attempting not to be seen, which meant he was competent at concealment but had not accounted for the Addams property having its own opinions about concealment and trespass. She found him at the eastern edge of the graveyard, which was the furthest point from the house he could have reached before the property itself noticed him and registered his presence in the way the Addams grounds registered all presences, a low awareness, like a cat flicking its tail. He was a thin man in black robes that moved oddly in the absence of strong wind, with dark eyes and a face arranged into an expression of professional disdain that was, Wednesday recognized immediately, the expression of someone who was deeply unhappy and had decided long ago that they'd rather be thought cold than known to be in pain. She recognized it because she'd used it herself, though she'd refined it considerably over the years. He turned when she appeared at the graveyard gate and showed no surprise, which she noted approvingly. Wednesday Addams, he said. Severus Snape, she replied. Potions master. Hogwarts school. She had read his entry in 3 different texts. Former Death Eater, current spy for Dumbledore. You've been standing at the edge of the property for about 12 minutes. His eyes narrowed. You're 10. 11, she said. And you're here because Dumbledore sent you to assess the situation personally after the owl received no response. Silence. A crow settled on the fence post between them and looked at both of them. You didn't write back, Snape said. We're considering our position. This isn't a negotiation. Everything is a negotiation, Wednesday said. You should know that. You're a spy. He looked at her for a long moment with the measuring look of someone recalibrating. Then, unexpectedly, he said, Is the boy well? It was the first unscripted thing he'd said. Wednesday noticed this and filed it. He's well, she said. Snape's jaw moved once, slightly. Dumbledore needs to meet with him. Dumbledore can write again, Wednesday said. We'll respond when we're ready. He won't accept. What he accepts or doesn't accept is not my primary concern. She looked at Snape steadily. But I'm curious about something, Professor. She tilted her head. You knew his mother. A pause. Snape's face went very still. Lily Potter, Wednesday said. You were in school together. The texts mention it. She watched him. I wonder whether, if you'd known what Privet Drive was, actually known, not suspected, but known, you would have let it stand for 5 years. The stillness lasted several seconds. Then Snape said, You don't know what you're talking about. I know what the medical records show, Wednesday said. Mr. Creech has very thorough documentation. Do you want me to tell you what's in it? Snape did not answer. But something moved behind his eyes, complicated, layered, a mathematical operation of guilt and anger and old grief, and Wednesday marked it. Go back to Dumbledore, she said. Tell him we received his letter. Tell him we're considering it. That's all. She paused. And tell him that Harry Potter knows about the prophecy. She watched that land. Snape's composure was extraordinary, truly extraordinary. She gave him full credit, but it landed anyway, a small seismic thing, visible only in the tightening around his eyes. How, he said. I'm very good at research, Wednesday said. She turned back toward the house. Good day, Professor. She heard him stand there for another minute before he left. She heard the sound of apparition, that specific crack, at the property line. She went inside and wrote down everything about the conversation that she wanted to remember. Then she added a note at the bottom of the Snape section in her folder, leverage point, Lily Potter. Not for cruelty, for conscience. He has one. Dumbledore has told him a different story about Privet Drive than the true one. When he finds out the truth, he will have to decide what it means. He will make the right decision. People who are capable of this much guilt usually do, eventually, when given the correct information. The third thing that happened in September was that Harry started teaching himself occlumency. Wednesday had included 3 texts on mental magic in the folder she'd given him, and he'd read them all in 2 days and had immediately and characteristically begun practicing on his own. He asked her about it on the 4th day, when he'd clearly hit a wall that required someone to explain the concept rather than just the mechanics. "It's about not letting someone into your head," he said. They were at the kitchen table. Wednesday was doing something with a mortar and pestle that Morticia had asked her to finish. "Like a locked room." "More like a locked building," Wednesday said. "With a convincing facade. The goal isn't to present emptiness, an empty mind is obviously defended. The goal is to control what someone sees when they enter." Harry's eyes went slightly unfocused, the way they did when he was working on something internally. "Like showing them a room that isn't the real room." "Exactly. Can you do it?" "Yes." She ground the pestle. "Addams family practice. Everyone who grows up here learns some form of it, because we've had too many encounters with people who don't respect the privacy of minds." Harry was quiet, working through something. "Dumbledore might try to read my mind," he said. "When we meet him." "He's a legilimens," Wednesday confirmed. "One of the best alive." "Then I need to be ready before we meet him." "You have time," Wednesday said. "We won't meet him on his timetable. But we will meet him." Wednesday set down the pestle. She looked at Harry across the table, 9 years old, with green eyes and a scar that ached sometimes at night, for years with the Addams family, and something in him that had been small and quiet and flinch-ready when she'd found him in the cemetery and was now something else entirely. Still careful. Still observant. But a different kind of care, not the defensive smallness of privet drive but the sharp, grounded attention of someone who had decided they were done being acted on and had started acting. "Yes," she said. "We'll meet him. On our terms. And he will need to understand that you are not what he prepared for." "What did he prepare for?" Wednesday considered this. "A boy who didn't know his own power. Who was kept small enough to be grateful and frightened enough to be obedient. A boy who'd spent his whole life being told he was less than he was, so that when someone finally told him he was chosen and special, he'd be so hungry for it that he'd do anything to keep it." Harry's face was still. The kitchen was quiet around them, the regular Addams kitchen, which was large and strange and had things on the walls that had been on the walls for so long no one questioned them anymore. "He didn't plan for the Addams family," Harry said. "No," Wednesday agreed. "He didn't plan for us." "Or for you specifically," Harry added. Wednesday went back to the pestle. "He really didn't plan for me," she said, with the flat certainty of a statement of fact. Harry almost smiled. "Poor planning on his part." "Catastrophic," Wednesday agreed. By the time Harry was 10 and the year his Hogwarts letter was due was approaching, the education had been, Wednesday reflected, fairly comprehensive. He spoke French and Latin and had a working reading knowledge of ancient Greek, which he'd picked up from Morticia's library because he'd wanted to read the original texts of certain magical theory that hadn't been translated. He knew the history of the wizarding world better than most adults who lived in it, had read everything available on magical theory, and had a practical relationship with his own magic that was, by Wednesday's assessment, several years ahead of what Hogwarts first-year students typically arrived with. He had never used a wand. He was looking forward to it the way you looked forward to trying a new instrument when you already knew music, curious about the tool, not dependent on it. He had developed, over 4 years, into someone who was funny in a dry, specific way that caught you off guard. Gomez loved this. Gomez roared at Harry's humor the way he roared at everything, with full-body commitment. Harry found Gomez's response to his humor funnier than the humor itself, which Morticia said was a sign of a generous comedian. He was protective of Pugsley in the way of a younger sibling with an older sibling who needed occasional management. He had a habit of reading 3 books simultaneously, which drove Wednesday slightly mad because he kept leaving books in inconvenient places when he put them face down to switch between them. She had told him about this once and he had said, "I know, sorry," and continued to do it, which Wednesday had decided was the most Addams thing about him. He slept with the window open regardless of weather. He still talked to Graves when he had something to think through. He had named the crow that lived in the East Gerald, after the crow that had been in the cemetery in Little Whinging, or possibly a descendant. Wednesday wasn't certain, and Gerald came when called, which crows technically didn't do, but which this crow did for Harry. He had not been back to Privet Drive. He had not asked to be. He had asked, once, only once, about his parents. Not Dumbledore's version, not the Wizarding World's version. Just, who were they, as people, before any of the prophecy and Dark Lord's business. Wednesday had done what research she could, limited, because the Wizarding World had done a thorough job of collapsing James and Lily Potter into symbols rather than people, and had given him what she'd found. It wasn't much. But it was something. He had asked if his mother had been kind. Wednesday had found 3 accounts that mentioned Lily Potter in personal terms. All 3 used the word fierce. 1 used warm. 1 used terrifying when angry, which Wednesday had read to Harry verbatim. He'd thought about it and said, quietly, that he was glad, which Wednesday had understood without needing it explained. The Hogwarts letter arrived on the morning of his 11th birthday. It came with 11 owls, which was apparently a tradition for late or complicated deliveries, the school sending extra messengers when previous attempts had gone unheeded, and the owls arrived at breakfast in a tremendous feather and wind event that knocked several things off the table and sent Zara to the top of the cabinet with an expression of profound offense. Gomez stood up immediately. Morticia set down her coffee with the slight tension of someone who has been anticipating this moment. Pugsley grabbed one of the owls by reflex, which the owl objected to loudly. Harry sat at the table and looked at the 11 letters, 11 copies of the same letter, and then looked at Wednesday, who was sitting across from him with her hands around her cup. "Well," he said. "Well," she agreed. He picked up the letter nearest him and opened it. "Read it." "Set it down." His face was still, the good, controlled stillness, not the defensive flinch-ready stillness of before. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," he said. "Yes," said Wednesday. "The 1st of September. King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4. She paused. "Which is real? The architecture is deceptive." He looked at the letter again. Then he looked up at Gomez and Morticia. Gomez had his hand on Morticia's and was watching Harry with the particular Gomez intensity that meant he was feeling a lot and trying to let Harry have the room for his own feelings first. "I want to go," Harry said. "I've always wanted to go." "Of course you do," Morticia said. "But not," he paused. "Not as whoever Dumbledore thinks I am." "Who are you, then?" Gomez asked. Not challenging, genuinely curious, the warmth of it filling the room. Harry thought about it. He was 11 years old, sitting at the Addams breakfast table with coffee he wasn't supposed to be drinking but everyone pretended not to notice, with Gerald the Crow on the window ledge and Zara radiating offense from the top of the cabinet, with a Hogwarts letter in his hand and an Addams family around him and 6 years of education that included Latin, magical theory, occlumency basics, and the complete works of Poe. "Harry Addams," he said. "Who happens to know about the prophecy and has been studying for this for 6 years and is not frightened of anything in that school." He paused. "Except possibly the stairs. The Addams trapdoor has made me permanently alert about architecture." Gomez laughed the laugh. Pugsley, who had given up on the owl and was now reading the letter over Harry's shoulder, said, "There's a list of supplies. We should get the books first. And the wand." He brightened. "We should get the wand." "We should get the wand," Harry agreed. Morticia looked at Wednesday. Wednesday looked back. Between them passed the kind of communication that doesn't require words, the acknowledgement that a stage was ending and another was beginning, and that the work they'd been doing was about to meet its first real test. "I want to come," Wednesday said. Not to Harry specifically, to the table, as a statement of intent. "You're 12, Gomez said. "I'm aware of my own age, thank you." "Hogwarts accepts students at 11, Morticia said. There was something in her voice that was not discouragement. "I've already written to the headmistress," Wednesday said. "Not Dumbledore. The deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall. I've submitted an application for early enrollment under the exceptional circumstances provision in the Hogwarts Charter, which allows for students who demonstrate advanced magical ability to be admitted from age 12 if they pass the entrance assessment." Silence around the table. Harry was looking at her with the expression he used for things Wednesday did that he found simultaneously exasperating and deeply reassuring. "You submitted the application," he said. "Last month," she said. "Before we'd even decided whether I was going." "You were always going," she said. "The question was only the terms." Pugsley raised his hand. "Can I come?" "You're 9, Wednesday said. That's not technically a no." "Pugsley," Gomez said, with affection and finality. Harry had gone quiet. Wednesday watched him, the still, turning it over quality that meant he was thinking about something real. "You arranged to come with me," he said. "I arranged the option to come with you," she said. "There's a distinction." "Is there?" She looked at him across the table. "You're not going into that school alone. And you're certainly not going in there for Dumbledore to find first." He held her gaze for a moment. Then he said, very simply, "Okay." And then he picked up the second Hogwarts letter, the next nearest, because there were still 10 unused ones, and handed it to Wednesday. "You might as well have a copy," he said. "Since you're coming." Wednesday took it. She looked at it. She set it beside her coffee. Outside, Gerald made a sound on the window ledge that crows weren't supposed to make but that, in context, sounded a great deal like approval. Gomez put his arm around Morticia. Morticia rested her head against his shoulder. Pugsley was reading his third Hogwarts letter trying to find any provision that applied to 9-year-olds. And Harry Potter, who was Harry Addams, who had been sitting in an English cemetery talking to graves at 6 in the morning 5 years ago because they were the only ones who listened, who had been found by a 10-year-old girl with braids and a copy of Poe and an absolute absence of equivocation, picked up his coffee and looked out the window at the East Graveyard and the yew trees and Gerald on the sill, and he was, in the particular quiet way of someone who had arrived somewhere they'd been walking toward for a long time, content. Wednesday noted this. She noted everything. She opened her journal and wrote, "Year 6 ends. Year 7, the real one, begins. Dumbledore has been preparing for Harry Potter, boy who lived, chosen one, weapon in a war he started. He has not been preparing for this." She underlined this. Then she closed the journal and finished her coffee. Chapter 3, The Letter, the Visitor, and the Mistake. McGonagall's response arrived on a Wednesday, which Wednesday found appropriately timed. It was brief, precisely worded, and entirely in keeping with what she'd read about the deputy headmistress, a woman who gave very little more than necessary and whose efficiency was, in Wednesday's estimation, the best thing about her. The letter confirmed that Wednesday Addams had been assessed via the application materials and the enclosed practical examination results. Wednesday had performed the required spellwork without a wand, which she suspected had caused some discussion, and was accepted to Hogwarts School beginning September 1st, with the proviso that she would sit the standard first-year course alongside Harry's year. Wednesday read this, folded the letter, and wrote back immediately requesting clarification on the proviso, since she had clearly demonstrated capability exceeding first-year level. McGonagall wrote back within 3 days, which was faster than Wednesday had expected, with a letter that was still brief but had a slightly different quality, the quality of someone who found the correspondence interesting despite themselves. The proviso stood. However, certain advanced arrangements could be discussed upon arrival. The deputy headmistress would be pleased to meet with her at the start of term. Wednesday read pleased to meet with the same scrutiny she gave everything and concluded it was not perfunctory. She made a note. Harry read both letters over her shoulder. He did this, appeared silently at her shoulder to read things, a habit she'd stopped commenting on after year 2 because it was useful, and said, she didn't copy Dumbledore on these. No, Wednesday said. She didn't. Is that deliberate? Almost certainly. She folded the second letter. McGonagall and Dumbledore have worked together for decades. But McGonagall has her own mind and her own opinions, and the correspondence came directly to me, not through the school's standard channels. She paused. She's watching to see what we are before she tells anyone. Smart, Harry said. Very, Wednesday agreed. Be careful with her. Careful how? She's fair. She'll treat you honestly if you treat her honestly. But she's loyal to Dumbledore in the way of someone who has decided that the institution is worth the imperfections of the people running it. Wednesday turned in her chair to look at him properly. Don't try to make her choose between them. Not yet. Harry considered this. Not yet, he agreed. Diagon Alley was on the 15th of August. They took the car, the Addams car, which was black and long and had once been a hearse and had never quite lost either the look or the ambient atmosphere, and which Gomez drove with the enthusiasm of a man who believed speed limits were a philosophical position rather than a legal one. The entrance through the leaky cauldron was Harry's first real contact with the wizarding world, and Wednesday watched him navigate it with the sharp attention she gave to things that mattered. He'd read enough that nothing surprised him structurally. He knew what the leaky cauldron was, knew what Diagon Alley was, knew the shape of the world he was walking into. But knowing the map and walking the territory were different things, and she watched his face as they came through the brick archway and the alley opened out. He was still. The good kind of still, taking it in, turning it over, placing it against everything he'd read and adjusting his model of the world. She saw the moment he adjusted, saw him settle into the reality of it, and then he looked at her. It smells like ink and something burning, he said. Cauldrons, Wednesday said. And owl feathers. There's an Elops at the far end. It's smaller than I expected. Most things are. She was already moving. Gringotts first. Then robes. Wand last. Gomez had come. He was in a chalkstripe suit that was, by Diagon Alley standards, conservative, which meant it only drew attention from about half the people they passed. He walked with his arm around Morticia and an expression of cheerful wonder that Wednesday noted was completely genuine. Her father found new places genuinely delightful, which was a quality she respected even when it meant slowing down. Magnificent. Gomez said, looking at a display of potion ingredients. Look at that. Nightshade. You don't see nightshade presented like that in most shops. We have nightshade at home, Wednesday said. But look at the presentation. Harry and Pugsley had also come, a concession to the scale of the occasion, were walking slightly ahead. Wednesday watched Harry's posture in the crowd, alert, present, but not flinch-ready. He moved through the press of robes and trolleys and owls with the ease of someone who had learned their own body well enough to navigate spaces confidently, and when people looked at him, which they did, more than was accidental, the kind of looks that moved from his face to his forehead and lingered, he didn't notice or didn't care, and Wednesday couldn't tell which and decided it didn't matter. He'd kept his hair. It still went in every direction. The scar was visible unless you were specifically not looking for it. She had, at 9, asked him if he wanted to cover it. He'd thought about it and said no. When she'd asked why, he'd said, because it's mine. It happened to me and it's mine. She had written that down. Gringotts went smoothly, which was more than she could say for the goblin teller's expression when Gomez attempted to engage him in what Gomez considered friendly conversation. The vault, the Potter vault, which Harry was accessing for the first time, was deep in the mountain, and the look on Harry's face when the cart pulled to a stop and the door opened was something Wednesday tucked away carefully, for private keeping. He stood in front of his parents' vault and looked at what they'd left him, and he was quiet for a moment that Wednesday gave him entirely. Then he said, "My dad apparently liked rare books," nodding at the stack in the corner, and his voice was even with the specific evenness of someone keeping it even. "Mum had better taste. Those are first editions." She also had a coin collection, Wednesday said, who had been looking at the shelves. "We match," Harry said. She looked at him. He was already moving to the money, practical and forward-facing, and she turned back to the shelf and let the moment close. Madame Malkin's was fine. The wand shop was not. Not in the way that something went wrong, nothing went wrong, technically. But Ollivander was an experience that Wednesday had not fully prepared for, which she resented, and the preparation gap was the part about Ollivander himself. She had read about the shop. She had not fully internalized what it would be like to be looked at by Garrick Ollivander. He looked at Harry the way Wednesday looked at problems she found interesting. He came out from between the shelves like something that had been waiting a specific amount of time for this specific moment, and he said, "Harry Potter," and the way he said it, not odd, not reverent, but precise, the way you named something you'd been expecting, made the hair on the back of Wednesday's neck do something she found irritating. Harry said, calmly, "Mr. Ollivander." Ollivander blinked. He had clearly expected something different. He recovered instantly, with the smoothness of a man who had been surprised by wands for 70 years and was therefore prepared for surprise, but Wednesday caught it. "Shall we see what wants to choose you?" Ollivander said. 14 wands later, Harry held a wand of holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, and it sent a shower of red and gold sparks into the air of the dim shop, and Ollivander looked at the sparks and then at Harry with an expression Wednesday didn't entirely like. "Curious," Ollivander said. "Very curious." "The holly and phoenix feather combination?" Harry asked. "The combination, yes. And the fact that the phoenix who gave the feather for this wand gave only one other, and that other wand, Mr. Potter, did something terrible to your forehead." Ollivander was watching him very carefully. Wednesday watched Ollivander very carefully in return. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. "That's interesting," he said, with the tone he used for things he already knew and was deciding how much to acknowledge. He set the wand on the counter with care. "Could I ask you something, Mr. Ollivander?" "You may ask." "The brother wand. Voldemort's wand. Does the connection work both ways?" Ollivander went very still. "In theory," Harry said pleasantly, "a priori incantatem connection between brother wands would create a mutual resonance during conflict. Which would mean that during any confrontation, the wands would recognize each other before the wizards did." He picked up the wand again, turned it in his fingers with the ease of someone who had been reading about wand lore for 3 years. "Is that accurate?" Ollivander looked at Harry the way Wednesday looked at things that confounded her existing categories. "You've studied wand lore." "Quite a bit," Harry said. "At your age." "I had good resources." Harry set the wand down again. "So. Both ways?" "Both ways," Ollivander said, after a pause. "In theory." "Then I should know about it going in," Harry said. "Rather than discover it mid-confrontation. That seems like useful information." He picked up the wand a final time and this time kept it. He looked at it the way he'd looked at things he was deciding to trust. "I'll take it." Ollivander watched them leave. Wednesday watched Ollivander from the door for a moment before she followed. She'd added him to her journal that evening. Oh, not a Dumbledore ally in any meaningful sense. More interested in the wands than the politics. But he talks to people, which means he'll mention this. Expect Dumbledore to know about the conversation within the week. Harry handled it well. Better than I expected, actually. He asked the right questions, kept control of the information flow, and left off balance rather than the reverse. Good. The wand chose him. I find the brother connection both strategically significant and poetically annoying. They were back at the mansion by 6, and Harry went straight to the library and pulled 3 books on wand lore off the shelf that he hadn't read yet, which Wednesday found appropriate and slightly amusing. She went to her own room and updated her files and then went to find her parents. They were in the study. Gomez was at the desk. Morticia was standing at the window with her arms folded across her chest in the precise way she stood when she was thinking hard about something that concerned her. "He's ready," Wednesday said, from the doorway. Gomez looked up. "For school?" "For whatever's coming at school." She entered the room and sat down. "He handled Ollivander better than most adults would have. He's read everything I've given him on the subject. He's been practicing occlumency daily for 2 years, and I'd put his current ability at high intermediate, enough to deflect a casual probe, though a sustained assault from Dumbledore would still be a problem." She paused. "He needs another 3 months of work on the sustained defense." "He has 3 weeks, Morticia said." "I know." Wednesday looked at her mother. "We use the 3 weeks. And Dumbledore? He hasn't written again since the first letter." She'd been tracking this, the silence was information. "Which means he's either decided to wait for September, or he's doing something else." "I think he's doing something else." "What specifically?" Gomez asked. "I don't know yet." This admission cost her something, though she kept her expression level. "He's had years to put things in place. He knew we were coming, or knew something was coming that he hadn't planned for. He'll have adjusted the variables he can adjust." She looked at her father. "The school itself is his environment. His people, his rules, his architecture. We'll be on his ground." Gomez drummed his fingers on the desk once, lightly. "We need someone on the inside." Wednesday had been waiting for him to arrive at this. "We have Snape," she said. Both her parents looked at her. "He's a double agent," she said. "He's been working for Dumbledore for years. But I think his loyalty is more complicated than Dumbledore believes it is." She paused. "He came back in May." "He came back?" Morticia said. "To the property line. He stood there for about 20 minutes and then left. He didn't send a message. He didn't try to approach." She'd found this in the property's ambient awareness, the low catflick record of presences at the boundary. "I think he wanted to check and didn't want to be seen checking." Gomez and Morticia looked at each other. "He's deciding something," Morticia said. "He's been deciding it since I told him the contents of those medical records 2 years ago," Wednesday said. "He's a slow decider, but I think we're close." She pulled out her journal, opened to a specific page. "When he comes again, and he will, before September, I want to be the one to talk to him." "Wednesday," Gomez said, with the particular tone of a father who was about to express a concern about something he already knew he was going to concede. "I've been building that file for 2 years," she said. "I know what he needs to hear. And I know how to say it in a way that will move him." She closed the journal. "Let me handle Snape." Silence. Gomez looked at Morticia. Morticia looked at Wednesday with the expression that meant she was evaluating the specific quality of Wednesday's certainty. "You will tell us before the conversation," Morticia said. "Not after." "Agreed," Wednesday said. "And Harry?" "Harry will know everything I know," Wednesday said. "He always does." Snape came on the 25th of August. Not to the property line this time. He came to the gate, which was different. The gate required intention, a conscious decision to approach rather than hover. Wednesday was waiting for him, because she'd felt the property register him at the road and had been sitting on the gate post for approximately 8 minutes by the time he arrived. He looked at her sitting on the gate post with the expression of a man encountering a thing he has no adequate category for. "You've been sitting there waiting," he said. "Yes," she said. "For how long?" 8 minutes. She got down from the gate post. "Come in." She opened the gate and stood back. "Tea is inside. I made it, not Lurch, so it's fine." He followed her up the path with the expression of someone who had made a decision and was committed to it and was now actively regretting the commitment. She took him to the small sitting room off the library, not the main sitting room, which was too large and had too much family in it, but the quiet one, the one she used for working, which had the quality of a room that thought about things. She had tea on the table. She had her journal. She had a file folder. Snape sat. He looked at the file folder with the wary attention of a man who expected documents. "You came before the term starts," Wednesday said, pouring tea with the efficiency of someone who considered the ceremony irrelevant but the caffeine useful. "You're not here on Dumbledore's instruction." Snape wrapped his hands around the cup. "And if I were? You'd have written first. Or come to the front door. You came to the gate at 10 in the morning when Gomez is in the study and Morticia is in the conservatory and Harry is in the library, which means you wanted a chance of seeing me specifically without running the full family." She sat across from him. "You've been deciding something for 2 years. Have you decided?" Snape was quiet for a long moment. The room was quiet around them, books and grey light and the sound of the east graveyard doing nothing in particular. "What do you want from me?" he said, finally. "Information," Wednesday said. "In exchange for information. What information do you have that I could possibly want?" Wednesday opened the folder. She took out the first document, the medical records, and set it on the table between them. Then the second. Then the third. She placed them with the deliberate efficiency of someone laying out evidence, not for drama but for completeness. Snape looked at the documents without touching them. His face was the controlled surface face, the professional disdain arrangement. But his hands tightened fractionally around the cup. "You know what those say," Wednesday said. "I described them to you 2 years ago at the graveyard. But I think there's a difference between being told about it and seeing it." She paused. "Lily Potter's son," she said, quietly. "From age 1 to age 5. In that house." Silence. "Dumbledore knew," Snape said, and it wasn't a question and it wasn't entirely a statement. It was the sound of someone confirming something they had suspected and had spent 2 years not fully looking at. "He placed Harry there," Wednesday said. "In the middle of the night, in November, alone, when Harry was 15 months old. With a letter." She watched Snape. "He chose those specific people. He chose them because of what they were, because a frightened, diminished, invisible child fit the plan better than a child who knew his own worth." Snape's jaw was very tight. "I found the prophecy," Wednesday said. She watched something move through his eyes. "You know it," she said. "You heard part of it and told Voldemort, which set everything in motion." She said it plainly, not as an accusation, but as a fact that both of them were required to look at. "You've been living with that for 10 years. Snape set down his tea with precise, controlled movement. "What do you want?" he said, and his voice had gone flat in the way that flat voices went when the person was working very hard at something. "I want to know what Dumbledore has put in place at Hogwarts," Wednesday said. "Not the general structure. I've read Hogwarts, a history 3 times and I've cross-referenced the updates. I want to know what specifically he's arranged for Harry's first year. What he's prepared. What he's planned." She paused. "And I want to know the full text of the prophecy." Snape looked at her across the table, a long, measuring look, the kind she recognized as the look of someone evaluating whether a deal was actually a deal or a trap wrapped in one. "You're 12 years old," he said. "I'm aware. This is," he stopped. Started again. "What you're asking me to do, is give Harry a fair chance," Wednesday said. "Against a man who has been architecting his life since before he could walk. Against a war he didn't choose. Against a prophecy that treats him as a function rather than a person. She held Snape's gaze without flinching. You loved his mother. Snape's face went through something swift and terrible and controlled. Don't. I'm not using it as leverage, Wednesday said. I'm saying it because I think it's the reason you've been standing at property lines deciding things for 2 years. Because what was done to Harry was done to Lily's child, and you know it, and you can't unknow it, and Dumbledore has been giving you a version of events that made it easier not to look at. The room was very still. The greater good, Snape said, and his voice had the specific quality of something rehearsed for so long it had gone hollow. He always says it's for the greater good. I know, Wednesday said. And maybe it is. Maybe there is a prophecy and a war and a necessary confrontation and all of that is real. She paused. But the greater good doesn't require the childhood it took from Harry. That wasn't necessity. That was convenience. She looked at Snape steadily. Help me make sure that when Harry faces whatever he's supposed to face, he faces it on his own terms, with his eyes open, as himself, not as a piece Dumbledore has been moving since 1981. The silence stretched. Then Snape said, the full text of the prophecy. Yes. You know enough already to know it concerns Harry directly and concerns the Dark Lord's return. I know the partial transcript from the 1987 leak, she said. I need the rest. Snape looked at the document still spread on the table between them. He looked at them for a long time, the records, the photographs, the statements from neighbors who had watched more than they'd done anything about. The full prophecy, he said slowly, states, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born as the 7th month dies, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Wednesday had already written 3 words. She wrote the rest without looking up, fast and precise, transcribing from his voice the way she'd been trained to. When he finished she read it back. He confirmed it. She closed the journal. Power the Dark Lord knows not, she said. It's been theorized as love, Snape said, with a slight edge that was not quite contempt. Dumbledore's preferred reading. Love isn't a power, Wednesday said. It's a quality of action. It changes what you're willing to do and what you're willing to sacrifice. She thought about this for a moment. What Voldemort knows nothing of is not love as an emotion. It's love as a reason. He's never had something he'd die to protect. He'd only ever die to avoid dying. She paused. Harry has people he'd die for. That's the actual power. Snape was looking at her with an expression she didn't fully have a category for. She noted it for later. What Dumbledore has at Hogwarts, she said. First year. Snape was quiet for another moment. Then he began to speak. The conversation lasted 2 hours. Wednesday wrote everything. When it was done she had 7 pages of close, precise notes covering the 3rd floor corridor and what was in it, the Philosopher's Stone and Dumbledore's intent, Quirinus Quirrell and why he should not be trusted in any circumstance, the specifics of what Dumbledore had done to build the year into a test without Harry's knowledge, and, most importantly, the shape of what Dumbledore intended for the end of it. He believes Voldemort will make a move this year, Snape said, finishing his second cup of tea with the resigned air of someone who had passed the point of pretending he wasn't invested. Through Quirrell. He believes Harry will interfere. He has set the defenses on the stone specifically as a lesson, each one calibrated to what a first-year student with Harry's specific gifts and flaws would need to solve, so that Harry arrives at the end alone. Alone, Wednesday repeated. Alone and face to face with whatever Voldemort is currently inhabiting. Snape's voice was stripped of inflection. The assumption being that the ancient magic from his mother's sacrifice will protect him. The blood sacrifice, Wednesday said. Lily's choice. Yes. And the outcome of that confrontation isn't, she paused, choosing the word carefully. Guaranteed. Snape looked at the table. Dumbledore believes in the protection. He believes it will hold. He believes, Wednesday said. But he didn't test it. Because he couldn't test it without replicating the conditions. She held the journal against her chest, thinking. He built a scenario in which an 11-year-old child faces a piece of a Dark Lord alone, and what he's relying on is an untested magical theory built on a sacrifice that happened 10 years ago. She looked at Snape. That's not a plan. That's a prayer. Snape said nothing. Is he wrong about the protection? Wednesday asked. A long pause. No, Snape said, quietly. I believe Lily's magic holds. But what? The margin, Snape said. He's optimized for a specific outcome. If anything deviates, if Quirrell is more powerful than expected, if the stone's defenses are compromised, if Harry is less protected than the theory allows, there's no contingency. Because the contingency would require admitting the plan, Wednesday said. Snape looked at her. He can't have backup in place without explaining why backup is needed, she said. And explaining why backup is needed would require explaining the setup. Which would require Harry to know what's been arranged for him. Which Dumbledore can't allow, because a Harry who knows is a Harry who can choose, and a Harry who can choose might choose differently. She looked at Snape steadily. That's what he's been afraid of. Not Voldemort. Not the war. Harry Potter knowing his own options. The silence was different now, not the silence of a man deciding something, but the silence of a man who has decided and is absorbing the weight of it. I'll tell you what I know, Snape said. As it becomes relevant. He said it like a concession he was making to his own conscience rather than to her. I am not, he stopped. I am not defecting from Dumbledore's operation. He is not wrong about the necessity of the war's resolution. But again the stop. The boy deserves to know what he's walking into. Yes, Wednesday said. He does. You'll tell him. Everything. Snape stood. He straightened his robes in the specific way of someone putting their professional face back on after setting it down for a while. He looked at Wednesday with the calculating, recalibrating look she'd gotten from him at the graveyard 2 years ago, and she looked back steadily. You're more dangerous than Dumbledore thinks you are, he said. I know, Wednesday said. That wasn't a compliment. I know that too, she said. But I'm choosing to interpret it as one. Something moved across Snape's face, very swift, not quite a smile, but in the territory of a smile the way a shadow was in the territory of the thing casting it. He left without saying goodbye, which Wednesday found appropriate. People who said goodbye too warmly at the ends of difficult conversations were people who hadn't fully processed the difficulty yet. Snape's silence on the way out meant he was already processing. She went to find Harry. He was in the library. She'd said he was in the library, and he was in the library, sitting in the chair by the window with 2 books open and Gerald perched on the back of the chair making the sound he made when he was comfortable. How did it go? Harry asked, without looking up. Extremely well, Wednesday said. She sat across from him and opened the journal to the 7 pages of notes. He gave me the full prophecy and a detailed briefing on what Dumbledore has arranged for your first year at Hogwarts. Harry closed both books. Gerald ruffled his feathers. Tell me, Harry said. She told him. All of it, the stone, the corridor, Quirrell, the defenses, the intended endgame. She read the full prophecy to him from her notes and watched his face as she did. He was still. The turning it over stillness, thoughtful and complete. He listened without interrupting, which was one of his best qualities. He was an exceptional listener, partly because he'd spent years having to read people quickly and accurately. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment. He set it up so I'd face Quirrell alone, he said. Yes. This year. Our first year. Yes. Harry looked at the window. Gerald moved down from the chair back to his shoulder with the easy familiarity of 2 years of daily contact. He's very confident in the blood protection. Yes. Is he right to be? Snape thinks so, Wednesday said. Which means more than most people's opinions because Snape has spent 20 years studying the specific magic involved and he isn't given to optimism. But there's no contingency if he's wrong. No. Harry nodded slowly. He looked at his hands for a moment, hands that had been doing wandless magic for 3 years, that had been practicing with a wand every day for the 2 weeks since Diagon Alley, that were 11 years old and had been getting ready for something for most of their 11 years. He thinks I'll come out of it frightened and grateful, Harry said. Someone finally tells me I'm special, shows me this whole world, puts me through a test, and I come out the other side and Dumbledore's there to explain what just happened, and I'm 11 and I don't know anything and I'm scared and he's the most powerful wizard in the world and, of course I do what he says. He paused. He's expecting a boy from Privet Drive. Yes, Wednesday said. That's the mistake, Harry said. That's the mistake, Wednesday agreed. He looked at her. Something passed between them, 6 years of it, cemetery mornings and kitchen tables and graveyard thinking spots and Latin and wand lore and the prophecy in Wednesday's handwriting on 7 pages of her journal. What's the plan? He said. Wednesday opened to a fresh page. The plan, she said, is this. She wrote as she talked, because she thought better when she wrote, and Harry listened and occasionally added things, and Gerald sat on his shoulder and the east graveyard was visible through the window and the grey August sky did what the grey August sky did. They stayed in the library until dinner, planning. On the 31st of August, the night before the Hogwarts Express, Gomez made dinner the way Gomez made dinner for significant occasions, too much of it and very good and with the theatrical warmth of a man who understood that meals were ceremonies and ceremonies mattered. They ate as a family, all 5 of them, which didn't always happen because the mansion was large and the family schedules were independent, and Wednesday looked around the table at the candles and the food and her parents and Pugsley eating too fast and Harry across from her with Gerald banned from the dining room and attempting to look through the window with an air of betrayal, and she felt the thing she still sometimes struggled to name. She ate her food. She participated in the conversation, which ranged from Gomez's opinions on the Hogwarts architecture, he'd looked up floor plans, to Pugsley's detailed and operational interest in the Forbidden Forest, to Morticia's thoughts on the history of magical education that Wednesday found genuinely useful. After dinner, Gomez pulled Harry aside in the hallway. Wednesday watched from the stairs, not sneaking, just present, because the Addams family didn't sneak past each other's significant moments so much as witness them respectfully from a slight distance. Gomez gave Harry something small. Wednesday couldn't see what it was. Harry looked at it in his hand for a moment, then looked at Gomez. Your mother's watch, Gomez said, quietly enough that Wednesday shouldn't have been able to hear it, but the hallway had good acoustics and she'd always had excellent hearing. I found it in the vault. She'd have wanted you to have it. He paused. We found a few things for you. When you're ready to look at them. Harry closed his hand around the watch. He didn't say anything for a moment, and Gomez stood there with his hand on Harry's shoulder and let the moment be what it was. Thank you, Harry said. Dad. He still said it with the quality of something he was choosing deliberately, not out of awkwardness but out of reverence, the way you used a word you knew the full weight of. Gomez's smile was the real one, the quiet one. He patted Harry's shoulder and let him go. Wednesday went upstairs. In her room she finished packing, which she'd already mostly done because she was not the kind of person who left packing to the last night. She checked her journal, checked her files, checked the list of priorities she'd written for the first week of term. She wrote one final entry, tomorrow. Everything changes tomorrow. Not because of Hogwarts, not because of Dumbledore, not because of the prophecy. Everything changes tomorrow because tomorrow is when the plan becomes real rather than theoretical, and the gap between theory and execution is where everything important happens. Harry is ready. He's better than ready, he's himself, which is the best possible preparation. Dumbledore will meet us tomorrow on the platform. He'll look at Harry and he'll see who Harry is, and he'll understand that Privet Drive did not produce the boy he expected, and he'll need to reassess. I want to see his face. She closed the journal. She turned off the light. Through the wall, she could hear Harry moving around in his room, the sounds of last-minute packing, or possibly rearranging books, which was more likely. She heard him open the window, which he always slept with open. She heard Gerald's satisfied sound as the crow presumably made his way in for the night. Wednesday lay in the dark and thought about chess. Not literally, she was better at chess than at the metaphor, which was reductive. But the shape of it, someone who'd been moving pieces for 20 years, who had forgotten that pieces could turn around and look at the player. Who had built a board and populated it with pawns who didn't know they were pawns. The mistake people made with chess was thinking the endgame was the only thing that mattered. Wednesday had always thought the middle game was more interesting. That was where you built the positions you needed, quietly and in ways the other player didn't see until it was too late. They'd been in the middle game for 6 years. Tomorrow, the board changed. She closed her eyes and slept, which she was able to do completely because she had done the preparation, had done the thinking, had done everything that could be done before the day itself, and Wednesday Addams did not waste energy worrying about things she'd already solved. Downstairs, she could hear her parents in the study, talking quietly, the low warm sound of two people who had been in love for 20 years and showed it in everything including the register of their voices at 11 o'clock on a summer night. The house settled around her. Tomorrow. Chapter 4. The sorting of something wonderful. King's Cross was loud in the way of large train stations everywhere, the industrial percussion of arrivals and departures, the specific chaos of families managing luggage, the announcements echoing off Victorian ironwork in ways that made them less informative than silence would have been. Wednesday walked through it with her trunk floating 2 inches off the ground behind her because she found wheels inefficient and had simply not bothered. Harry was beside her with his own trunk and Gerald in a cage that Gerald was philosophically opposed to and expressing this through posture rather than noise. Gomez and Morticia walked behind them, and Pugsley was somewhere to the left consuming a sandwich he'd obtained from a vendor near the entrance. Wednesday had been in King's Cross before. She found it adequate as train stations went. What she found interesting this morning was the invisible seam, the place between the mundane world and the other one, which she located between platforms 9 and 10 and which registered on the edge of her awareness as a distinct texture, like a word in a language you half knew. There, she said to Harry. He looked at the barrier. Can you feel it? Yes. Can you? He was quiet for a moment, his head slightly tilted. It's like the edge of something cold, he said. Not unpleasant. That's the ward boundary, Wednesday said. It's old. Pre-Victorian. A family went through ahead of them, red-haired, numerous, the mother directing a trolley with practiced authority and one of the boys casting a nervous look at the barrier before his brothers pulled him through, and Wednesday watched the wall take them and noted the mechanism. Confidence was the key, same as most wards. Hesitation gave it room to be solid. She didn't hesitate. She walked through and the ward passed over her like cool water and she was on platform 9 3/4, which was full of steam and owls and the Hogwarts Express in scarlet and gold and the organized chaos of 100 families trying to say goodbye to their children while their children tried to pretend they didn't need the goodbye. Harry came through a second after her. He stopped and looked at the train the same way he'd looked at the Addams mansion coming up the drive for the first time, the quiet, complete attention of someone meeting something they'd been waiting for. Okay, he said. Don't start, Wednesday said. He smiled and didn't say anything else. Gomez and Morticia came through, Morticia stepping through the barrier with the elegance of someone for whom thresholds were simply thresholds, and Gomez emerging with his hands spreading wide in appreciation of the architecture in general. The engine, Gomez said, looking at the Hogwarts Express with genuine feeling. A Fowler 460, modified. Magnificent. When they said scarlet I expected something more subdued, but this, he pressed his hand to his chest. This is a commitment. Father, Wednesday said. Yes, yes. But he was still looking at the train with appreciation. Pugsley appeared through the barrier eating the last of his sandwich and immediately locked eyes with the train and became, for approximately 30 seconds, entirely still in the focused way Pugsley was still when he was calculating something structural. Pugsley, Wednesday said. I'm just looking, Pugsley said. You're just calculating. I'm looking at the structural, Pugsley. He finished the sandwich. They were 20 minutes early, which was Wednesday's doing. 20 minutes early meant the platform was less crowded and sight lines were cleaner. She was scanning the platform with the attention she gave to entrances and exits and potential approaches when she saw the first of them, a man in purple robes who was doing an extremely poor job of pretending to be there accidentally. He wasn't Dumbledore. Too young, and the specific quality of deliberate non-urgency he was performing was the quality of someone following instructions to observe without engaging. Wednesday made him in approximately 4 seconds, looked away, and noted him in her mental file under Dumbledore's people, platform presence, designated observer. She didn't say anything to Harry yet. She waited to see how many there were. 3, as it turned out. The man in purple, a woman in green near the train's front carriage who was reading a newspaper with the focused attention of someone reading a newspaper as a prop, and a teenage boy, a prefect, silver badge, dark hair, who was standing at the fourth carriage door and watching the arrivals with the specific tension of someone who had been told to look for something and was trying to look as though he hadn't. Harry appeared at her elbow. He'd been watching her watch the platform. 3, he said quietly. 3, she confirmed. Dumbledore sent a welcoming committee. He sent observers. She looked at the train. Get on board. Find a compartment near the middle of the train, not front, not back. I'll be there in a few minutes. Harry looked at her. You're going to look for him. I'm going to look for information, she said. Go. He went, managing his trunk and Gerald's cage with the ease of someone who'd figured out the logistics, and Wednesday watched him go and then turned and located the woman with the newspaper. She walked toward her. The woman's name was Emmeline Vance, according to the Order of the Phoenix membership she'd found referenced in a 1995 post-war historical text she'd located in the family library's restricted section, a text from a timeline that hadn't happened yet, technically, which made its provenance complicated but its information useful. Wednesday had questions about the timeline mechanics but had shelved them as not immediately actionable. Vance looked up from her newspaper when Wednesday stopped in front of her. Hello, Wednesday said. You've been watching the platform for 12 minutes. You're specifically watching the barrier for arriving families. She tilted her head. I'm Wednesday Addams. Vance's newspaper lowered by approximately 3 inches. Her expression was composed but the composure had gotten tighter. I don't know what you mean. I'm waiting for, you can tell Dumbledore that Harry arrived safely, Wednesday said pleasantly, and is boarding the train, and that we'll see him at the feast tonight. She paused. You can also tell him that we're aware of the welcome, which I suspect he already knows we would be, so this is more of an acknowledgement than new information. She looked at the newspaper. The Prophet, June edition. The story on the front is a month old. You're not actually reading it. Vance looked at her. She was a woman in her late 30s with a careful face and professional stillness, and she looked at Wednesday the way people sometimes looked at Wednesday, the recalibration look, the what exactly am I dealing with look. You'll give Dumbledore the message, Wednesday said. Not a question. After a pause, Vance said, he'll want to speak with Harry. Tonight, perhaps. Or in the coming days. He's welcome to speak with Harry, Wednesday said. Harry has nothing to hide. She offered Vance the precise smile she used when she wanted someone to understand that the pleasantness was a tool and not an accident. Have a good morning. She walked back to the train. Morticia was saying goodbye to Harry at the third carriage door, and it was a Morticia goodbye, brief, precise, with one hand cupped against the side of his face for a moment in the gesture that was entirely her own. Harry held still for it, and then Morticia stepped back and Harry looked at her, and the exchange between them needed no words and used none. Gomez shook his hand, then reconsidered and hugged him, which Harry had 3 years ago stopped bracing for and now simply returned, holding on for a moment with the lack of self-consciousness of someone who'd learned that physical warmth was safe. Carpe jugulum, Gomez said. Actually, the translation is somewhat more aggressive than what I mean. Seize the day. Be magnificent. You know what I mean. I know what you mean, Harry said. And right, Morticia said. Every week, Harry said. Good. She looked at him for one more moment, then looked at Wednesday with the specific expression that meant you know what to do, and if you don't I have faith in your judgment. It was one of Wednesday's favorite of her mother's expressions because it was both confidence and permission in a single look. Wednesday nodded once. She hugged her parents herself, brief, as she preferred, and let Pugsley have his loud prolonged farewell with Harry that involved multiple references to things they were going to build when they got back and a long complicated handshake they developed sometime in year 3 that Wednesday had never asked about. Then she boarded the train. The compartment Harry had chosen was exactly where she'd said, middle of the train, third door from the connector, facing forward. He'd put Gerald's cage on the rack and was in the window seat, and he looked up when she came in and then looked past her. Dumbledore had 3 people on the platform, he said. Yes. I spoke with one of them. You spoke with one of them. He said it with the tone of someone who expected this and still found it slightly startling. What did you say? That we acknowledge his interest and will see him tonight. She sat down across from him, put her bag on the rack. I wanted him to know the observation was visible. People who believe their surveillance is invisible behave differently from people who know it's been seen. They escalate to something more direct, which is more useful to us than people standing on platforms pretending to read newspapers. Harry nodded. Gerald made a sound of opinion from his cage. The train was filling. Outside the window, the platform performed its ceremony of departures. A woman with a red-haired boy who was crying quietly. An older man in robes pressing something into a girl's hand with the intensity of someone passing on something important. 2 boys running and missing the platform chaos entirely, nearly knocking over a trolley. The carriage door opened. Wednesday looked up. A girl with brown, aggressively bushy hair and front teeth that she had not yet grown into stood in the doorway with a cat basket and a very large bag and the expression of someone who has been doing research and is prepared to demonstrate it. Have you seen a toad? She said. A boy named Neville has lost his toad. No, Wednesday said. We haven't seen a toad, Harry said. Sorry. The girl scanned the compartment, which she apparently did out of thoroughness rather than distrust. Her eyes stopped on Harry's forehead in the way eyes stopped on Harry's forehead when they hadn't been warned, the brief pause, the recognition, and then she did something Wednesday noted with interest. She pulled her gaze away immediately and didn't stare, which was more discipline than most adults managed. I'm Hermione Granger, she said. I've read all the course books, obviously, and some additional texts. A history of magic is fascinating, and the standard book of spells grade 1 is simpler than I expected, but I suppose it's designed for people who haven't had any prior exposure. She stopped. Looked at Wednesday. You're not in first year, she said, with the tone of someone making an unexpected calculation. No, Wednesday agreed. But you're on the first-year corridor. The prefect directed everyone past second year. The prefect assumed, Wednesday said. Have a seat. You're letting cold air in. Hermione Granger sat. She sat with the bag on her lap and the cat basket at her feet and the slightly rumpled composure of someone who had prepared very thoroughly for this day and was now encountering its reality. Hermione Granger, Harry said. I've read about your primary school academic results, the article in the West Sussex Examiner about the 11+ results, 3 years ago. Hermione looked at him. How do you know about that? I read a lot, Harry said, simply. You scored highest in your county. A pause. Something moved in Hermione's expression, the particular expression of someone who has been told something that is unexpectedly meaningful and hasn't decided yet whether to trust it. Most people don't mention that, she said. Or they do and they're making fun. Most people are poorly adjusted, Harry said. Congratulations, 3 years late. Hermione's bushy eyebrows went up slightly. She looked at Wednesday. Wednesday looked back. You're not in first year, Hermione said again, to Wednesday. No, Wednesday said again. I'm 12. Early admission, exceptional circumstances provision. That's in the Hogwarts Charter, 1843 amendment, Hermione said immediately, and then looked slightly startled at herself. Section 9, paragraph 3, Wednesday confirmed. Hermione sat back a half-inch. Not quite relaxing but adjusting, the shift of someone recalibrating her model of who she was talking to. I'm the only Muggle born in my year, she said. Not sad about it, more factual, the way she delivered most things. You're probably not, Harry said. But you might be the only one who knows enough to know it yet. The family research is so difficult, it'll come out in the sorting, Harry said. Or over the first month. The magical world is surprisingly bad at secrets it's been keeping in plain sight. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. You sound like you know quite a lot about it. I've been studying for 6 years, Harry said. But the Hogwarts letter only comes at, I'm Harry, he said. Harry Addams. The pause this time was different, the longer kind, the kind where someone is matching something to something else. Her eyes went briefly to his forehead again and then she said, Your name isn't Addams in any of the, she stopped. No, Harry said. It isn't. Not in the books you've read. Hermione looked between Harry and Wednesday with an expression that was rapidly assembling itself into something that Wednesday recognized as the look of someone who was interested in a problem and had decided to understand it rather than worry about it. You're very different from what I expected, Hermione said. Good, Harry said. That's not, she paused. I mean that as a neutral observation. So do I, Harry said. The train lurched, moved, and began its departure from King's Cross with the slow ceremonial gathering of speed that large trains managed, and the platform began to slide past the window and then the outskirts of London came in behind it, grey and particular. Wednesday opened her journal. Ronald Weasley found them 2 hours in. He came in with a smear of something on his nose that he was unaware of and introduced himself with the ease of someone who had grown up in a family of 7 and had therefore never had to learn the social mechanics of self-introduction from scratch. He looked at Harry with the forehead-to-face sequence that everyone did, and then shook his hand, and said, You're Harry Potter. Harry Addams, Harry said. Ron blinked. But he looked at the scar. I mean, my name is Harry Addams, Harry said, pleasantly and without room for negotiation. My family situation changed when I was 5. What's your name? Ron Weasley sat down, apparently deciding that the name question was less important than the conversation, and introduced himself and then the conversation moved to Quidditch, which Harry knew about theoretically but hadn't played and Ron had played since he was 3 and could barely walk. And this produced an enthusiastic 40 minutes that Wednesday observed with interest because Harry and Ron discovered they had compatible conversational rhythms within about 10 minutes of meeting. Hermione had opinions about the historical development of Quidditch as a sport and its relationship to broomstick manufacturing innovations in the 17th century. Ron did not find this as interesting as Harry did, but he was good-natured about it in the way of someone with older siblings who had learned to absorb enthusiasm. Wednesday wrote 4 pages. The castle came out of the dusk and the lake and the first years saw it for the first time from the boats, which was clearly a deliberate and effective pedagogical choice. Wednesday watched it come up out of the dark, enormous and specific, towers and light and the sense of accumulated time, the texture of ancient wards on the air like the King's Cross barrier but deeper, more layered, the work of centuries. She felt it as soon as they were on the water. It was like standing in a room that knew you were there. Harry was 2 boats ahead, with Ron and Hermione, and she could see his shoulders from behind, and they were still, the good still, the taking it in completely. She watched the castle and his posture, the way it moved something in him. She understood. The magical world was his in a way that was irreducible. It was his parents and his history and his scar and the 6 years of studying it because it was the only connection he had to the people who'd loved him first. Arriving here was complicated in a way she didn't diminish by analyzing it. She looked at the castle and thought about Dumbledore, who was somewhere in it, and who had been watching the platform and would now be watching the boats. She looked very composed. The entrance hall was stone and lit with floating candles and smelled of old wood and something arcane, and the ghosts made their appearance as advertised, and the first years did the thing first years apparently always did, gasping, pressing together, the temporary dissolution of social categories that very large new things produced. Professor McGonagall was exactly as described in everything Wednesday had read about her. She was tall, spare, with square spectacles and a face built for precision, and she wore her authority the way competent people wore authority, without performance, which meant it was more convincing than performance would have been. She delivered the information about the houses in the concise manner of someone who had done this many times and had reduced it to essentials, and she looked at the assembled first years with the combined professional attention of someone cataloging 40 new responsibilities. Her eyes found Wednesday. The 2 of them looked at each other for approximately 3 seconds. McGonagall's expression didn't change, which Wednesday respected. The slight quality of increased attention was the only marker. Wednesday looked back, evenly. McGonagall moved on. She explained the sorting. She addressed the general anxiety. She gave the speech about the houses and their values in the measured, well-worn cadences of something she'd said annually for 30 years and still believed in, which was visible in the specific warmth underlying the precision. Then she left to prepare. "She's watching you," Harry said quietly, from beside Wednesday. "She's watching us both," Wednesday said. "She received my letter. She's making assessments. Is she going to be a problem?" "No," Wednesday said. "She's going to be complicated, which is different. Problems want things that conflict with your interests. McGonagall wants things like fairness and the success of her students and the integrity of the institution, which are not our opponents even when we disagree about method." Harry thought about this. "So she's an ally we haven't aligned yet." "Exactly." The doors to the Great Hall opened. The sorting was conducted with a hat that sang, which was a choice Wednesday respected and found slightly excessive simultaneously. The hall was enormous and filled with students and 4 long tables and the floating candles and the ceiling that was charmed to reflect the sky outside, cloud-thick tonight, occasional breaks of dark blue where stars showed through. The staff table ran across the far end. She found Dumbledore immediately, center of the table, white beard, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep blue and the quality of presence that very powerful people had when they weren't trying to use it, which was the most dangerous kind. He was looking at Harry. Harry was looking at the ceiling. Wednesday looked at Dumbledore. He felt it, her gaze, people like him always did, the peripheral awareness of being observed by something that had the quality of intention behind it, and he moved his eyes from Harry to Wednesday, and they looked at each other across the length of the Great Hall. She was 12 years old and he was 112 years old and he looked at her with the specific, precise attention of someone encountering a variable they hadn't fully factored. She held his gaze for 3 seconds, then looked away, back to the sorting. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor, looking surprised and then relieved. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor, looking entirely unsurprised. Ron Weasley went to Gryffindor with a speed that made the hat barely bother. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went the specific silence of a large room holding its breath. Harry walked to the stool with the ease of someone who had been waiting for this and was not afraid of being waited for. He sat down. The hat went on his head. His face was composed and interested, the expression of someone in a conversation. The conversation went longer than most had. The hat sat on his head for over a minute, which produced a low murmur through the hall. Wednesday watched. She watched Dumbledore watch. She watched Snape at the far end of the table, who was looking at Harry with his jaw set. Then the hat opened its brim wide and said, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted. The other tables clapped with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Harry took the hat off, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table, and Wednesday watched his face as he did, composed, present, a smile that was small and genuine and not for the room. He sat beside Ron, who was already talking. "Addams, Wednesday." She walked to the stool. The hat went on. It was dark inside the brim, and it smelled of old felt and something indefinitely older, and then the hat spoke in her head with the voice of something that had been sorting people for 1,000 years and had opinions about all of them. "Well," it said. "This is unusual." Wednesday didn't respond. She waited. "You're not here by the standard path," it said. "You know that already. You're here because you put yourself here, which is unusual. Most children arrive. You arrived with a purpose." She still didn't respond. She'd decided in advance not to engage with the hat's conversational gambits. Let it look. It looked. She felt it, not invasive, more like someone reading a room. A comprehensive kind of attention. "You're clever," it said. "Exceptionally so. Ambitious in the way of people who don't call it ambition because they have something more specific than ambition, they have a goal. You're loyal, but not sentimentally, functionally, in the way of someone who chose their people deliberately and will not be moved from them." A pause. "You're brave in a way you wouldn't recognize as bravery because you don't experience things the way other people experience things, and courage looks different when you don't feel fear the way others do." Still she waited. "Slytherin would suit you," it said. "Slytherin would absolutely suit you. But," it paused. "You didn't put yourself in the same room as Harry Potter to be across the table from him." Wednesday said, in the quiet of her own mind, "No. I didn't." "Gryffindor," the hat said, with something that might have been amusement, "can also suit very specific kinds of purpose." "Gryffindor," it announced. The table clapped. Wednesday removed the hat, set it down with precision, and walked to the Gryffindor table and sat across from Harry, who looked at her with an expression of measured relief. "Slytherin," he said quietly. "It considered," she said. And I didn't put myself in the same room as you to be across the table," she said. Something in Harry's face shifted, the warm, quiet version of the real smile. He passed her the juice. The feast was extraordinary in scale and quality, and Wednesday ate with the appreciation of someone who respected good food and the effort behind it, and she observed the room as she did. Dumbledore rose to speak after the sorting was complete, and the hall gave him the attention of an audience who found the performance both ritual and genuine. He delivered the start-of-term notices with the lightness of someone who'd done it for decades, and the warmth was real. This was one of the things Wednesday had understood about Dumbledore that made him complicated. He was not pretending to love this. He genuinely did. The school, the students, the whole enterprise of it. He looked at Harry while he spoke. Not obviously, the glance was brief and included in a general sweep of the room, but she saw it, and she saw Harry not appearing to notice it, which meant Harry had noticed it immediately. She looked at the staff table. Quirrell was at the end, pale and stuttering when he spoke to the woman beside him, with the nervous quality of someone whose nerves were covering something rather than expressing it. She'd read Snape's briefing on Quirrell 3 times. She knew what was underneath the stutter. Snape was watching Harry with the dark-eyed watchfulness he brought to everything, and his expression was unreadable in the way it was when he was thinking multiple things simultaneously and showing none of them. He felt her looking. He looked at her. She gave him nothing, just the level, patient gaze. He looked away first. After the feast, Dumbledore appeared. Not dramatically, there was nothing dramatic about it, which was itself a choice. Harry was in the entrance hall with Ron, who was explaining the layout of Gryffindor Tower with the helpfulness of someone with 3 older brothers in the same house, and Dumbledore simply materialized at Harry's shoulder from the crowd with the ease of someone for whom appearing places was a practiced art. "Harry," he said. Warmly. Like they'd met before, which they hadn't, or not formally. "It's wonderful to finally meet you properly." Harry turned. Wednesday, 3 feet away, watched. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. The tone was polite and warm and gave away absolutely nothing, which was the correct tone and the one they'd practiced. "It's good to be here." Dumbledore looked at Harry with the full weight of his attention, which was considerable. It was the attention of someone who was genuinely interested in people, and who was, simultaneously, gathering information with the efficiency of long practice. He looked at the scar. He looked at Harry's eyes, which were very green in the candlelight. "How are you finding it?" he asked. "After everything, coming from quite a different world." "I've been preparing for it for a while," Harry said. "I feel ready." "Wonderful." Dumbledore's expression was warm, and the warmth was genuine, and beneath the warmth was the specific quality of a man recalibrating. "And the Addams family, you're happy there?" "You've been happy?" "Very," Harry said. "I'm glad," Dumbledore said, and he sounded glad. "I hope you know that many people have had your well-being in mind over the years, even if circumstances made certain things complicated." Wednesday stepped forward, 1 step, to Harry's side. Dumbledore looked at her. "Wednesday Addams," she said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I know." He looked at her with an expression that was entirely composed and entirely intelligent and had, underneath both of those things, something she identified as a genuine assessment. "I received your letters to Professor McGonagall. You have an impressive research record for someone your age." "Thank you," she said. "The early enrollment request was thorough," he said. "The wandless performance in the entrance examination was notable." "Thank you," she said again. His eyes were very blue and not unkind and held the specific quality of someone looking at a piece of the board they hadn't fully anticipated. "I look forward to getting to know you both better," he said, and this too was genuine. He was curious, she realized, genuinely curious about what they were and what they'd do, and this was the most dangerous thing about him because genuine curiosity in very intelligent people led to very thorough investigation. "We look forward to it," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled. He moved away, smoothly, into the crowd, and Wednesday watched him go. "He's recalibrating," Harry said quietly. Rapidly, Wednesday agreed. "He's better at it than I expected. He's already adjusting his model." "What's he adjusting toward?" "Us as interesting rather than simply different," she said. "Which means he'll look harder and move slower. He's not going to try to force anything immediately." She paused. "He's going to wait and watch and build a picture before he does anything." "Which gives us time," Harry said. "Yes." She looked at where Dumbledore had gone. "But it also means he's more dangerous, not less. Dumbledore doing nothing but watching is more dangerous than Dumbledore acting on incomplete information." Ron appeared at Harry's other shoulder. "Was that?" He looked at where Dumbledore had been. "Did Dumbledore just come over here?" "Yes," Harry said. "Just to talk?" "Just to talk," Harry said. Ron looked impressed in the way of someone who found proximity to legendary things exciting. Wednesday looked at the entrance hall and thought about the third-floor corridor and the stone and Quirrell stutter, and she made a mental note to look at the corridor herself as soon as she had a reasonable opportunity. Gryffindor Tower was reached by a portrait of a fat woman in a pink dress who required a password, which Wednesday found a charmingly inadequate security measure for a school full of students who couldn't keep secrets, and the common room beyond was warm and red and circular with comfortable chairs by a fire that seemed permanently lit. It was not the Addams house. Wednesday sat by the window and looked out at the dark grounds and the lake and thought about this. Not with sadness, she was not prone to sadness, but with the awareness of a transition. The Addams house was hers in a way that nothing else had ever been hers, and this was not that, and she was not going to pretend it was or expect it to be. She opened her journal. She wrote, Day 1. Dumbledore is sharper than the worst-case model. The recalibration was visibly smooth, he lost almost nothing to surprise. This is a problem. Harry's sorting went as expected. Mine was not unexpected but required active direction. The staff, McGonagall has not spoken to me yet beyond what was required. She's waiting for me to demonstrate something before she decides. Snape is maintaining distance, which is correct. Quirrell is worse than Snape's briefing suggested, the tell isn't the stutter, it's the smell. There's something wrong underneath him. First priority, map the third-floor corridor without triggering Filch or Peeves or the poltergeist infrastructure generally. Second priority, identify Dumbledore's current timeline for the Stones endgame. Third priority, Hermione Granger. She considered this last note. She crossed it out and replaced it with, Hermione Granger, potential asset, pending assessment. High information retention, ethical core, strong need to demonstrate competence. Manageable. She closed the journal. Across the common room, Harry was talking to Ron about something, and she could tell from his posture that he was genuinely at ease, that the ease was real and not performance, and this was satisfying in the precise way that things going correctly were satisfying. She went to bed. The classes started with the blunt efficiency of institutions that had been doing this long enough to stop being gentle about it. Transfiguration was first, and McGonagall turned her desk into a pig and back again before anyone sat down, which Wednesday found an efficient demonstration of relevance. McGonagall taught with the precision she brought to everything, clean explanations, clear expectations, exactly zero tolerance for inattention, and the specific warmth of someone who genuinely wanted her students to succeed and expressed this primarily through demanding they do so. She looked at Wednesday 3 times during the lesson in the assessing way she'd been looking at her since the platform. After class, she said, Miss Addams. A moment. The class filed out. Harry gave Wednesday a look of mild inquiry as he left. She gave him back, I'm fine, go. He went. The advanced arrangement, McGonagall said, when the room was clear. She was gathering her materials with the crisp efficiency of a woman who wasted nothing. You specified in your letter that first-year courses would not be sufficient. I agreed to discuss this on arrival. Yes, Wednesday said. Your wandless transfiguration in the entrance examination. McGonagall set down her folder and looked at Wednesday directly. Where did you learn it? My mother, Wednesday said. And self-directed study. We have a significant library. You completed third-year exercises without a wand. McGonagall's voice was precise and neutral and held, underneath the neutrality, a quality that Wednesday had been watching for, genuine interest in a student, the specific pleasure of a teacher encountering someone who had taken their subject seriously. The fourth-year material is more interesting, Wednesday said. McGonagall looked at her for a long moment. The standard curriculum exists for reasons, she said. Not all of them bureaucratic. Some of them are about sequencing, building knowledge correctly, making sure the foundation is there before you build on it. I understand that, Wednesday said. I'm not asking to skip the curriculum. I'm asking to supplement it. She paused. I'd like to sit whatever assessment you think is appropriate. If I demonstrate the required foundation, I'd like access to the upper-year library section and the option to work on more advanced practical problems alongside the standard course. McGonagall looked at her. The measuring look had shifted, it was less assessing now and more the look of someone who had decided something but was making sure they decided it correctly. Friday, she said. 7 o'clock. Bring your wand. I will, Wednesday said. She turned to leave. McGonagall said, Miss Addams. Wednesday stopped. I read your application letter, McGonagall said. The section on your reasons for early enrollment. A pause. You wrote that you were enrolling in order to provide continuity of support to a family member during a significant transition. Yes, Wednesday said. Family member, McGonagall repeated. Harry is my brother, Wednesday said. In every meaningful sense of the word. McGonagall's expression did something carefully contained. I see, she said. She picked up her folder. Friday at 7. Thank you, Professor, Wednesday said. The corridor on the third floor left was on her second night. She went at 2 in the morning, when the castle was doing the specific deep quiet of a building housing 400 sleeping children and the various non-sleeping things that moved in it after dark. She had a map she'd drawn from 3 separate textual sources and corrected it against her own observations during the first day, and she went through the castle with the practiced invisibility of someone who had grown up in a house that believed knowing your architecture was basic courtesy. The locked door at the end of the third-floor corridor was not difficult to find. What was interesting was the feel of it, the specific quality of what was inside, which she stood in front of for approximately 30 seconds with her hand flat against the door. Old magic. Layered, dense, the work of multiple people. And below it, the specific warmth of something alive. She wrote this in her journal, the defenses are real. Fluffy, Snape's term, apparently the professor who provided the creature also named it, which says something either about that professor's sense of humor or their sense of danger, is large. The door is warm. The magic below is heavier than I expected. This is not a prop. This is an actual deterrent. Snape's briefing was accurate about the structure. What it undersold was the depth. Dumbledore did not make this perfunctory. He built something that would stop most adults. He built something that a specific 11-year-old, with specific gifts and specific friends, could solve. He built Harry's test. Designed for Harry. Which means he's been watching Harry, forming a picture from a distance, modeling what Harry is, for at least several months. His model of Harry is wrong. Not entirely, he knows Harry is clever and capable and has some unusual advantages, but he doesn't know about the 6 years. He doesn't know about Morticia's teaching, the wand lore study, the occlumency work, the prophecy knowledge. He doesn't know about me. This corridor is built for a Harry who arrived from Privet Drive. He arrives from a different address entirely. She put the journal away and went back to the tower. She told Harry everything at breakfast, quietly, while Ron was occupied with the post and Hermione was reviewing her charms notes. Harry listened, ate his eggs, and said, "So the trap is real. Entirely real. And Dumbledore is expecting me to solve it." Expecting and, I think, hoping, Wednesday said. There's a quality to what he's built that isn't hostile. It's designed to challenge, not to harm. She paused. He wants Harry Potter to succeed. He's invested in your success. That's not nothing. He wants a hero, Harry said. He wants a hero who is grateful to him, Wednesday said. There's a difference. Harry nodded. Across the table, Hermione had stopped pretending to look at her notes and was listening with the barely concealed attention of someone who had decided she wanted to understand what was happening in a conversation she wasn't technically part of. Wednesday looked at her directly. "What do you know about Nicholas Flamel?" she said. Hermione blinked. "The alchemist? The philosopher's stone," she stopped. Looked at Harry. Looked at Wednesday. "It's here, isn't it?" she said. Not a question, an arriving conclusion. That's what's in the third-floor corridor. That's why Dumbledore specifically mentioned it at the feast. It was a warning, but not for us, it was a warning for whatever is trying to get it. Yes, Wednesday said. Hermione's eyes were sharp and bright and entirely undeterred by the size of the thing she was looking at. And someone is trying to get it, she said. Professor Quirrell, Wednesday said. Quirrell? Ron, who had apparently been listening too, looked up from his post with an expression of disbelief. He can barely get through a sentence. The stutter is affected, Wednesday said. What's underneath it isn't. She looked at Hermione and then at Ron, because she had been thinking about this since the Great Hall and had made her decision. I'm going to need your help, she said. Both of you. Ron put down his toast. Hermione straightened her back. Harry looked at Wednesday with the sideways expression he used when she'd done something he hadn't been expecting and approved of anyway. Okay, Hermione said. Tell us everything. Wednesday opened her journal. Chapter 5, The Gambit. November arrived cold and purposeful, the way November in Scotland always did, as though the season had been building towards something and had finally decided to commit. Wednesday had been at Hogwarts for 2 months and had developed a working model of the school's rhythms, when Filch moved, when Peeves was most active, which staircases changed at what intervals, which portraits were the gossiping kind and which ones were genuinely asleep. She had passed McGonagall's assessment on a Friday evening in early October and had spent the subsequent 3 weeks in accelerated practical sessions that McGonagall conducted with the crisp, exacting pleasure of a teacher given adequate material to work with. They did not discuss Dumbledore during these sessions. They discussed Transfiguration. But the sessions existed, and they happened because McGonagall had made a choice, and Wednesday noted the choice without comment. She also noted that McGonagall had stopped CCNG Dumbledore on the administrative correspondence related to Wednesday's enrollment. Small thing. Significant thing. Harry had settled into Hogwarts with an efficiency that Wednesday found vindicating. He was popular without trying to be, which was the most durable kind of popular. People moved toward him because he listened properly and found things genuinely funny and didn't perform himself, and the school's hunger for the boy who lived had nowhere to land because Harry kept gently declining the role without making anyone feel foolish for offering it. He was simply and consistently Harry, which turned out to be more interesting to most people than the legend would have been anyway. He was also, measurably, the best flyer in his year. This had become apparent in the first flying lesson, which Wednesday had watched from the library window, and which had involved a Remembrall, a Draco Malfoy with poor instincts, and Harry on a broom 40 feet in the air moving like someone who had been doing this for years. He hadn't been. He'd read about it for years, which was apparently sufficient. McGonagall had given him the Seeker position the same afternoon, which was irregular and which Dumbledore had approved with what Wednesday understood from Snape was an expression of quiet satisfaction. The headmaster believed the Quidditch pitch was a good place for Harry to burn off energy that might otherwise go into things like asking questions about corridors. He was wrong, but it wasn't an unreasonable theory. Snape had been meeting with Wednesday twice a month since October. Not openly, the meetings happened in the manner of things that needed plausible deniability, which meant Wednesday arrived at his office during announced open hours for potions queries and they both maintained the fiction of tutorial conversation for approximately 3 minutes before getting to what they were actually discussing. The dynamic had settled into something Wednesday found, reluctantly, interesting. Snape was not warm and she wasn't looking for warmth from him. He was precise and unflinching and delivered information with the quality of someone who had decided to do a thing and was going to do it without sentiment, which she respected. He was also, under the professional surface, someone who paid very close attention to Harry in the way of someone who was looking for something specific and finding more than they expected. He'd said, in their third meeting, without preamble, "He's not what I expected." Wednesday had looked up from her notes. "What did you expect?" Snape had been quiet for a moment, which was its own kind of answer. Then, James Potter's son, primarily. He'd said it with the flatness of someone who had made their peace with a bias and was acknowledging it. "I expected arrogance. Entitlement. The specific confidence of a child who'd been told he was special." "He was told the opposite," Wednesday said. "I know that now." A pause. "He has Lily's eyes." Wednesday had written that down, and then crossed it out, because some things didn't need archiving, they needed to be left as what they were. Dumbledore's timeline, she'd said, bringing them back. "He's watching Quirrell," Snape said. More closely than he lets on. He knows the threat is moving faster than he originally modeled. He'd set down his cup. He moved the deadline. Wednesday had gone still. To when? He believes Quirrell will make a move before the end of term. How much before? Possibly as soon as winter. A pause. Possibly sooner. Wednesday had spent the rest of that week revising her timeline and identifying what needed to be accelerated and what could not be accelerated and what needed to happen before any confrontation rather than during it. What needed to happen before it? Harry needed to know everything. Hermione and Ron needed to know enough. The defenses in the third-floor corridor needed to be mapped completely. And Dumbledore needed to believe everything was progressing on his schedule until the moment it wasn't. What could not be accelerated? Harry's occlumency. She'd pushed it as far as it would go in the available time and he was good, genuinely good, high intermediate verging on advanced for sustained casual probes, and she'd made her peace with the ceiling. She wrote this up and brought it to Harry on a Tuesday evening in November, in the far corner of the common room after the room had mostly cleared, and she watched him read it with the focused absorption he brought to things that mattered. He read it twice. He set it down. Sooner, he said. Possibly, she said. Snape thinks it depends on Quirrell's stability. If Quirrell holds together long enough to wait for the end of term, the timeline stays. If he starts fraying faster. Yes. She paused. He already smells wrong. I noticed, Harry said. Stronger now than October. She folded her hands. We need to have talked to Dumbledore before any of this happens. Not during. Before. Harry looked at her. The conversation, she confirmed. They had been planning this particular conversation for 2 years. Not scripting it, conversation couldn't be scripted against someone like Dumbledore, who would hear the script and take it apart, but knowing what they needed it to accomplish. She needed Dumbledore to understand that Harry knew about the prophecy and had known for some time. She needed him to understand that the plan he'd made for Harry's life had been operating in Harry's full view, not behind his back. She needed him to understand that Harry was going into whatever was coming as himself, not as a prepared lamb. She also needed Dumbledore to not feel cornered, which was the genuinely hard part, because cornered very powerful people did unpredictable things. I want to do it, Harry said. She looked at him. The conversation, he said. I want to be the one to have it. He met her eyes steadily. Not you. Or not primarily. You've been fighting this for my side for 6 years and that matters more than I can. He stopped, briefly, then continued without the stop being visible unless you knew what to look for. But it's my life. My prophecy. My choice. He paused. I need to be the one who tells him. Wednesday looked at him for a long moment, 11 years old and seated in the corner of a Gryffindor common room with the fire behind him, with the watch from his mother's vault on his wrist and Gerald's one loose feather tucked into his journal like a bookmark because he'd been doing that since he was 8 and had never stopped. You'll let me be there, she said. Obviously, he said. And you'll follow my lead if he does something we haven't anticipated. What are the odds of that? With Dumbledore? She considered. 30%. That's not nothing. No, she agreed. It isn't. Follow my lead at 30% odds. Agreed, he said. She requested the meeting through McGonagall. Not through the standard student headmaster appointment process, which she'd established would route through Dumbledore's secretary and would give him too much time to prepare. She stopped McGonagall in the corridor on Wednesday morning and said, simply, Harry and I would like to speak with Professor Dumbledore. This week, if possible. The matter is significant. McGonagall had looked at her with the expression she'd been developing over 2 months, the one that was somewhere between professional wariness and the specific reluctant warmth of someone who'd been teaching long enough to recognize when a student was doing something that mattered. I'll arrange it, she said. Thursday evening would be best, Wednesday said. Before the Quidditch match on Saturday. Harry will want his mind clear for the match. McGonagall's expression had gone very slightly wry. I'll pass that along, she said. The appointment was confirmed by Thursday morning, 6 o'clock, the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's office was at the top of a spiral staircase behind a gargoyle that accepted the password Sherbet Lemon with more dignity than the name warranted. Wednesday filed the password and its implications. A man who ate sherbet lemons and used them as passwords had a quality of deliberate approachability in his personal architecture. The office itself was circular and full, portraits of past headmasters, various instruments that moved and clicked and emitted occasional sounds of uncertain purpose, a large pensieve on a side table, the sword of Gryffindor in a case, and Fawkes the Phoenix on a perch by the window. Fawkes was more impressive in person than in texts, which Wednesday noted. He looked at her with eyes that were very old and very calm, and when Harry came in the Phoenix made a soft sound and Harry stopped and looked at the bird for a moment with something that was not quite recognition. Dumbledore was at his desk. He rose when they came in, which was the welcoming kind of move, equalizing the room physically, bringing himself to their level. He gestured to the chairs across from his desk with the warmth he brought to everything and the alertness he brought to things he was watching closely, and both of those things were present now in equal measure. Harry, he said. Wednesday. Thank you for coming. He settled back into his own chair with the easy authority of someone in their own space. Tea? Please, Harry said. No thank you, Wednesday said. Tea appeared on the desk. Dumbledore had the kind of relationship with the castle that meant it responded to him with something approaching anticipation, which told you something about the depth of his connection to it. Harry picked up his cup. He was composed and present, and Wednesday could feel, from beside him, that he was doing the thing they'd practiced, letting the external surface be natural while keeping the interior organized and directed. There are things I've been wanting to discuss with you, Dumbledore said, with the tone of a man who had been waiting for an appropriate opening and had finally found one. About your history, Harry. About what happened when you were a baby. He paused. I imagine you have questions. I have answers, mostly, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. The warmth in his expression was genuine and the alertness behind it sharpened fractionally. Oh. I know about the prophecy, Harry said. The full text. I've known for about 2 years. The room was quiet except for the instruments and the fire and Fawkes making a very soft sound. Dumbledore set down his cup with the measured precision of someone setting down a cup while their mind was doing something else entirely. He looked at Harry, the full attention, the deep blue eyes through the half-moon spectacles, and then briefly at Wednesday. I see, he said. He said it the way people said things when they were buying themselves 3 seconds to recalibrate without losing ground. And how did you come by the full text? Research, Harry said. My family has a good library. The partial transcript from 87 got us most of it. The rest, he paused. The rest came from someone with direct knowledge. Someone, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him steadily and didn't fill the silence. Dumbledore looked at him and made the decision not to press it, which told Wednesday something about how quickly he was recalibrating. He understood what someone meant and he was doing the math on Snape and she watched this happen, letting it go, for now, in favor of what mattered more. Then you know, Dumbledore said, that there is a war which may not be finished. That the Dark Lord may not be gone, Harry said. Yes. He set down his cup. I also know about Privet Drive. The fire crackled. Fawkes made another soft sound. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted, still warm, but the warmth was doing something different now, reaching towards something rather than containing something. I know that the circumstances of your early childhood were, not what you'd have chosen, Harry said, if you'd known what they were. I understand that. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression Wednesday found difficult to categorize. It wasn't guilt, not quite, but it was in the neighborhood of guilt, the territory around it, the face of someone encountering the distance between what they intended and what occurred. "I want to be honest with you," Harry said. He was leaning forward slightly, elbows on knees, and his voice had the quality it got when he was saying something he'd thought about for a long time. "I don't think you're my enemy. I don't think you've ever wanted me hurt. I think you've been carrying this war for a very long time and you've made the best decisions you could with what you had, and some of those decisions affected my life in ways that," he stopped. "That were hard," he said, simply. "They were hard." The silence was absolute. Dumbledore was looking at Harry with an expression that Wednesday would write about later and still struggle to describe adequately. It was the expression of a very old, very intelligent man encountering someone who had met his best argument before he'd made it and gone past it to something more honest. "I'm going to be straightforward with you," Harry said. "Because I think you deserve that, and because I think this conversation is more useful if it's honest." He paused. "I know about the corridor on the 3rd floor. I know about the stone and what it's protecting against. I know that you've built something that's meant, partly, as a test for me. And I know what you expect the end of the year to look like." Dumbledore was very still. "I'm not angry about it," Harry said. "I understand why. There's a piece of Voldemort out there that needs to be faced, and you believe that facing it is something I have to do, and the protection that gives me the best chance of surviving it is my mother's sacrifice, and you've been working with that for 10 years. He held Dumbledore's gaze. "But I need you to understand something." He glanced at Wednesday, briefly, the glance of confirmation. She gave it. He looked back at Dumbledore. "I'm going into whatever this is as myself," Harry said. "Not as a piece you've been moving. Not as the ending you've written. I'm going in knowing what I know, with the people I choose, and I'll make my own decisions when I get there." He paused. "I'm telling you this because you should know it. And because I think we can do this better if we're on the same side." Dumbledore sat with it for a long time. The fire was the only sound. Fawkes had gone entirely still on his perch. Then Dumbledore said, slowly, "How old are you?" 11, Harry said. "And you, Miss Addams?" 12, Wednesday said. He looked at them, the long, genuine, recalibrating look of a man encountering a thing he didn't have an existing category for. And Wednesday saw something she hadn't fully expected to see, underneath the recalibration, underneath the intelligence and the alertness and the centuries of playing chess with everyone, there was something that looked, quietly and unexpectedly, like relief. She made a note of it. She'd think about it later. "There are things I haven't told you," Dumbledore said, slowly. "Things I've been waiting to tell you. Until I felt you were ready." "I'm ready," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I can see that." He was quiet for a moment, and then he said, with the specific care of someone choosing honesty over strategy for the first time in a long conversation, "I owe you an apology." Harry looked at him. "For Privet Drive," Dumbledore said. I knew the Dursleys were not. I told myself the blood protection required it. That a loving home would compromise the ward." He stopped. That was true. The ward required blood. It did not require suffering. Those were different things, and I conflated them. He looked at Harry with the directness of someone looking at something that cost them something. "I'm sorry." Wednesday was watching Harry. Harry sat with the apology for a moment. He didn't rush to accept it, which was the right response, not punishing Dumbledore by withholding forgiveness but not offering it cheaply either, not as a performance of magnanimity. He sat with it and thought about it and then nodded once. "Thank you," he said. "I imagine," Dumbledore paused. "I imagine there are other things. When you're ready to ask them." "There are," Harry said. "But not tonight." He stood, smoothly. "I want to work with you on this, Professor. Whatever's coming. But I need to understand it and choose it, not just arrive at it." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Can we do that? Dumbledore looked up at Harry, because Harry was standing and he was sitting, and there was something in this reversal of the natural geometry of the room that meant something, and his expression was the expression of someone who had been surprised into something better than their plan. Yes, he said. I believe we can. Wednesday said nothing until they were down the spiral staircase and past the gargoyle and in the corridor. Then she said, "You went off script." About 60% of that was off script, Harry agreed. He was walking with his hands in his pockets and the quality of someone who had just done something that had cost them something and found the cost worth paying. "The apology," she said. "You didn't expect that." "No." "And?" He was quiet for a moment. "I don't know yet," he said. "Ask me in a week." She filed this. "The 30% odds materialized," she said. "The relief," Harry said. "I saw it too." "He's been carrying the war alone for a very long time," Wednesday said. "Every general needs someone who knows the whole strategy. He hasn't had that. He's been making decisions in," she paused. "In a vacuum." "He made bad decisions in the vacuum," Harry said. "Not harshly. Factually." "Yes," Wednesday said. "But the vacuum was also, I think it was also loneliness," she said, and the word felt accurate and slightly strange to say about someone that powerful. Harry looked at her sideways. "I said what I said," Wednesday said. He almost smiled. "You're more human than you let on." "I'm exactly as human as is useful," she said. 3 days after the Dumbledore conversation, Quirrell's deterioration became impossible to miss. It wasn't visible to most people, the stutter was if anything more pronounced, which read to a casual observer as the man simply having a difficult term. But Wednesday watched him in the corridors and in the great hall, and the smell she'd noted in the first week had become something more insistent, and his hands when he gripped the staff table at meals were too steady, the stillness of someone exerting control rather than at rest. She pulled Snape into a store cupboard on the 4th floor on a Thursday morning, which she'd done twice before and which he endured with the long-suffering quality of a man who had accepted that Wednesday Addams was going to pull him into store cupboards and had made his peace with this. "Quirrell's accelerating," she said. Snape didn't argue. "I know." "When?" "Christmas," he said. "At the latest. The school will be mostly empty over break, skeleton staff, fewer people in the corridors." "Does Dumbledore know?" "He suspects." A pause. "I've told him my assessment. He believes he has more time." "He doesn't," Wednesday said. "No," Snape agreed. She looked at him. He was standing in the small cluttered space of the cupboard with his arms folded and the expression of someone who had chosen their position and was inhabiting it with the full weight of a decision rather than the comfort of habit. It was a different quality than she'd seen in him at the property boundary, or in the small sitting room. Something had settled. "Tell me what you know about the final defense," she said. "The mirror," Snape said. "Dumbledore built it into the final chamber." "The Ariste mirror." He paused. "It's elegant, actually. The stone is accessible only to someone who wants to find it but not use it. Anyone seeking to use it will see themselves using it and never get it. Anyone who truly wants only to find it, gets it," Wednesday said. "Yes." She thought about this. "Harry qualifies." "Yes. Voldemort doesn't." "Voldemort has never wanted anything he didn't intend to consume," Snape said, with a flatness that was old and precise. "He wouldn't understand the mechanism if you explained it." "What about Quirrell acting for Voldemort?" A pause. "The magic accounts for the deepest intent," Snape said slowly. "Quirrell's deepest intent is fear. Fear of Voldemort, terror of failure. The stone would be inaccessible to him through Voldemort's intent coming through." He paused. "Probably." "Probably," Wednesday repeated. "The mirror is Dumbledore's creation and it's brilliant and it's never been tested at this level," Snape said. "Probably." She filed this under, contingency required. If Quirrell gets through the other defenses, she said, he'll have the mirror left. And he'll need Harry there to get the stone, because the mirror responds to intent and his intent is wrong. She worked through it. He'll try to use Harry somehow. Get Harry to look in the mirror. Yes. So Harry needs to know what he'll actually see in the mirror before he looks at it, Wednesday said. If he's surprised by it, he won't have time to control his response. Snape was very still. What do you think he'll see? Wednesday looked at him steadily. What do you think he'll see? A long pause. His family, Snape said. Whole. Complete. He said it with the flatness of someone who'd looked in that mirror once themselves and wasn't going to say so directly. Wednesday noted this and left it where it was. He needs to know that's coming, she said. Not as a warning about the mirror, as a fact about himself that he's clear on before it's reflected at him. If he walks in there knowing he loves his family and is loved by them and that's the truest thing about him, the mirror shows him something he already knows and it doesn't surprise him. Snape looked at her for a moment with the expression she'd first seen in the small sitting room, the one she'd struggled to categorize and had eventually filed under something like involuntary regard. You should tell him, he said. I intend to, Wednesday said. She paused. You should come to the mansion at Christmas. Snape blinked. It was the first time she'd seen him blink at something she'd said. You've been making different decisions for 2 months, Wednesday said. You should have somewhere to be where those decisions are recognized. She looked at him. The Addams family is good at recognizing people's decisions. It's one of our better qualities. The silence in the cupboard had a different texture than it usually did. I'll consider it, Snape said, which in Snape's register was approximately the same as yes. Good, Wednesday said. She opened the cupboard door. Quirrell before Christmas. I want to know the day it shifts. She left. Behind her, she heard Snape stand in the cupboard for another moment before he followed. She told Harry that evening. They were in the library, the proper school library, in their habitual corner, with Hermione across the table doing research for her charms essay and Ron next to Harry drawing plays for the Quidditch match on a piece of parchment that was supposed to be transfiguration notes. Wednesday slid a folded piece of paper across the table to Harry and waited for him to read it. He read it and folded it back up and put it in his pocket without changing his expression, which was the correct response and which she'd trained for 2 years. Under the table, she felt him nudge her ankle. Once. Which was not a thing they did, ever, as a regular gesture. Harry was physical in the Addams family way that meant he'd grown up with Gomez and Morticia and Pugsley, but he and Wednesday had never had that particular vocabulary. She understood it anyway. She looked at him. He was looking at the parchment in front of him with his jaw slightly set and his eyes moving in the way they moved when he was processing something large. The mirror. The family he'd see in it. She'd written it plainly, you will see your family. Addams and Potter both. You know this. Don't let Quirrell see it surprise you. She'd also written, the people who love you are not a weapon against you. Don't let him make them one. He finished processing. He looked at her with the expression he'd had in the Dumbledore conversation, the aftercost look, the one that meant he'd moved through something difficult and come out the other side of it. Okay, he said. Okay, she agreed. Hermione, across the table, said without looking up from her essay, whatever is about to happen at the end of term, I want you to know I'm helping regardless of what it is. You already said that, Harry said. I'm reconfirming. She turned a page. Ron? Yeah, obviously, Ron said, still drawing Quidditch plays. I said that ages ago. Wednesday looked at the 4 of them, the table, the library, the November evening outside the windows, and felt the thing she'd been feeling since the cemetery with a precision she was finally, after 6 years, beginning to accept as what it was. She opened her journal and wrote one line, this is what Voldemort knows nothing of. The first real move came not at Christmas but at the end of November, and it came sideways, which Wednesday should have anticipated and didn't, which she found instructive. It came through Malfoy. Draco Malfoy had been an ongoing irritant since the first week, not because he was particularly dangerous, but because he was the kind of person who kept testing boundaries in ways that could, if ignored long enough, create opportunities for worse things. He'd attached himself to Harry's orbit in the specific way of someone who had wanted to be chosen and hadn't been, and the wanting and not having had curdled into the particular nastiness of a boy who understood social hierarchy without understanding people. He challenged Harry to a midnight duel in the second week. Harry had declined, not because he was afraid but because midnight duels with 11-year-olds were not strategically useful. Malfoy had pressed. Ron had been enthusiastic about accepting on Harry's behalf. Wednesday had vetoed this. What happened in November was different. Malfoy came to Wednesday. Not to Harry, to Wednesday, which was either cleverer or dumber than most of Malfoy's moves, depending on what he wanted. He found her in the library on a Thursday afternoon, alone for once, and he sat down across from her with the practiced confidence of a boy who'd learned to project confidence before he'd learned what it was actually made of. "I want to talk," he said. Wednesday looked at him over her journal. She gave him the measuring look she gave everything. "About?" "Potter," he said. She waited. "My father says Dumbledore is using him," Malfoy said. He said it with the specific flatness of a boy repeating something he'd been told, trying to figure out if he believed it. "That there's something in the school that someone wants and Dumbledore is using Potter as a distraction. Or bait." Wednesday set down her pen. "Your father is partially right," she said. Malfoy blinked. He'd expected deflection or denial. "You're admitting it." "I'm acknowledging partial accuracy," she said. "It's not the same thing." She looked at him. "Why are you bringing this to me?" "Because," he paused, and under the practiced confidence was the thing that was actually driving this, which Wednesday had read as present since the first week but hadn't been sure was articulable to Malfoy himself, the specific uncertainty of a child who had been given all the right opinions and no tools for evaluating them. "Because my father said Potter was going to fail and you were going to fail with him and it was Dumbledore's fault and," he stopped. "And I don't know if that's what I think." "What do you think?" Wednesday asked. He looked at her with the expression of someone who had been asked this question very rarely in his life and found it harder than expected. "I think I don't know enough," he said. "I think nobody tells me enough." Wednesday looked at him for a long moment. Draco Malfoy, 11 years old, blonde, trained from birth in a set of values he hadn't chosen, smart enough to notice the gaps in what he was being told, not yet sure whether to be proud of noticing or frightened. Potentially useful, she thought. Handle carefully. "What your father probably doesn't know," she said, "is that Dumbledore isn't using Harry as bait without Harry's knowledge. Harry knows what's being set up. Harry's made his own choices about it." She paused. "You should think about who in your life is managing information that's yours to have." Malfoy was quiet. "I'm not asking you to choose sides," Wednesday said. "I'm saying, think about who decides what you know. And why." She picked up her pen. "Is there anything else?" A long pause. Then, "Is Potter actually going to be all right?" Wednesday looked at him. Underneath the Malfoy posture and the Malfoy opinions and the Malfoy training there was, she noted, a boy asking a question about another boy his age and whether the world was going to be cruel to him, which was either the beginning of something better or nothing at all, and she couldn't tell which yet. "Yes," she said. "He's going to be all right." Malfoy nodded. He got up. He left. Wednesday looked at where he'd been for a moment, then went back to her journal. On the 5th of December, Quirrell smelled wrong enough that Wednesday went straight to McGonagall. Not to Dumbledore, to McGonagall, which was both a strategic choice and an honest one. Dumbledore would proceed on his own timeline regardless. McGonagall would act. She found her after transfiguration, when the class had cleared, and she said, "Professor, Quirrell is going to move in the next week." McGonagall looked at her. The measured assessment look had by now developed into something more specific, the look of someone who had been treating a student's judgment as data for 3 months and had accumulated enough confirming instances to take it seriously. "On what basis?" she said. "I've been monitoring him since September," Wednesday said. The specific nature of the infestation, she paused, chose the clinical term deliberately. A Voldemort possession has a smell. It's subtle. It's been intensifying. It's at the point now where he's going to move before Christmas because he can't hold the stability much longer. McGonagall was very still. "That's a serious claim." "Yes," Wednesday said. "And your source for the nature of the possession?" Wednesday looked at her steadily. "Research," she said. "And someone with direct knowledge." McGonagall looked at her with the expression that Wednesday had seen, through the last 3 months, change from professional wariness to something that was now closer to, "I have decided to trust this student and I am doing so now." "I'll speak to the headmaster," McGonagall said. "Tonight, if possible," Wednesday said. "And Professor McGonagall," she paused. "When you speak to him, will you also tell him that Harry and Wednesday have been prepared for this since before September?" McGonagall's expression was complicated. "Are you telling me you've been running a parallel operation in my school for 3 months? With Dumbledore's partial knowledge since the conversation last week," Wednesday said. "And with yours as of right now?" McGonagall looked at her for a long moment. "Go to your common room, Miss Addams," she said, and her voice had the quality it got when she was deciding something with the finality of something decided. "I'll handle the headmaster." The summons came at 9 that evening. Harry, Wednesday, Hermione, and Ron were all in the common room when the prefect found them and said that Professor Dumbledore wanted them in his office, which produced a range of responses. Harry, immediate calm. Ron, sudden paleness. Hermione, the specific focus of someone shifting from homework to emergency. Wednesday, she closed her journal. Dumbledore's office, at 9 in the evening, had a different quality from the afternoon meeting. The instruments were quieter, the fire lower, and Dumbledore himself was standing at the window looking out at the grounds when they came in, and he turned with the air of someone who had been having a significant internal conversation and had resolved it in the last 30 minutes. McGonagall was there too, standing by the bookcase with her arms folded and the expression of someone who had made several large decisions and was standing by them. "Sit down," Dumbledore said. "All of you." They sat. Fawkes made a soft sound from his perch. "Quirrell will move tonight," Dumbledore said. "Or tomorrow night. Professor McGonagall's information and Miss Addams's assessment agree, and I have my own observations that confirm it." He looked at them, all 4 of them, one after the other, with the full quality of his attention. "I've been debating with myself for several hours about what to do with this information." Nobody spoke. "My original plan," Dumbledore said carefully, "involved a somewhat more solitary resolution." His eyes moved to Harry. "I've been reconsidering it." "What changed?" Harry asked. "I had a conversation last week," Dumbledore said, "that reminded me that people who know what they're walking into make better decisions than people who don't." He paused. "And that keeping someone ignorant of their own life in order to produce the outcome you prefer is," he stopped. "It's wrong," he said, simply. "Whatever the justification." The room was quiet. "What do you need from us?" Wednesday said. Dumbledore looked at her, and the look was the full recalibrated look, the one he'd been developing since the platform at King's Cross and which had arrived at something she found, reluctantly, close to genuine respect. "I need Harry at the mirror," he said. "For the reason I built it, because the stone will only come to someone with the right intent, and Harry's intent is, in my assessment, correct." He paused. "I do not need Harry alone at the mirror. I was wrong about that." He looked at Wednesday. I suspect you already know what I built down there. Most of it, Wednesday said. The chessboard will require someone who plays well, Dumbledore said. He looked at Ron. Do you play? Ron sat up straighter. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I do. The potion's logic will require someone who reads it without flinching, Dumbledore said. That's not chess, it's a different kind of precision. He looked at Hermione. Hermione's chin went up slightly. I can do it. And the other defenses, he looked at Wednesday. We've mapped them, Wednesday said. Of course you have, Dumbledore said, with something that was not quite amusement but was adjacent to it. He looked at Harry last. This is your choice, Harry. Everything I have built in that corridor, I built because I believed in you. I still do. But the belief should be yours, the decision should be yours. Harry looked at him. I know, he said. I know what I'm walking into. I know what I'll see in the mirror and I know what it means. He looked at Dumbledore directly. Are you going to be there? A pause. If I'm there, Dumbledore said carefully, Quirrell won't move, because Quirrell is afraid of me and the piece of Voldemort inside him knows better than to engage directly. If I'm not there, he paused. He'll move. And you'll be the one who ends it. Where will you be? Harry asked. Close enough, Dumbledore said. Near enough that if, he stopped. Near enough. Harry nodded. Wednesday looked at Dumbledore and thought about something she'd been thinking about since the meeting last week, the relief she'd seen in him, the specific quality of it. She thought about what she'd said to Snape about generals needing someone who knew the whole strategy. Professor, she said. He looked at her. After this is over, she said, I'd like to continue these conversations. About the war. The Horcruxes, she watched Dumbledore go very still. Yes, I know about those too, she said. The full picture. All of it. She paused. I think you've been solving this alone for too long. I think you're better when you're not solving it alone. Dumbledore looked at her for a very long time. Then he said, quietly, I think you may be right. I usually am, Wednesday said. Harry made a sound beside her that was not quite a laugh and was quickly suppressed. Ron was staring. Hermione was writing something down because of course she was. McGonagall, from the bookcase, said, with the dry quality of someone who had spent 3 months arriving at this moment, what's the plan? Wednesday wrote it in her journal that night, after the others were asleep, sitting by the window with the December grounds dark below. The plan, tomorrow or the night after, Quirrell makes his move. Ron holds the chessboard, he has the instinct for sacrifice chess that this requires and Gryffindor courage isn't incidental to the move he'll need to make. Hermione solves the potions, she's the most analytically clean mind in the year and she doesn't panic under logic problems. Harry faces the mirror. I go with Harry. Dumbledore stays near. Not there, not intervening, but near enough that if something outside our model occurs, but nothing outside our model will occur. Harry knows what he'll see in the mirror. He knows it's true and it isn't a weapon. He knows the stone comes to the right intent. He knows Voldemort is a piece of something broken rather than a complete thing, and broken things can be moved, and moved things can be ended, and all of this is information and information is power and power used correctly is just, the right decision at the right time. He also knows that I'll be there. That last one, I include it because it's operationally relevant. People perform better when they're not alone. Harry specifically performs better with someone he trusts beside him, not because he needs the support but because he functions best when the support is there not to catch him but to confirm that what he's doing is worth doing. I will be there to confirm. This is what I'm for. She stopped. Read that last line back. Wrote below it, that sounds more reductive than I mean it. This is not all I'm for. But this specific thing, tomorrow night, being beside him, this is something I was always going to be for, from the moment I walked through the gate of a cemetery in Little Whinging and heard a 5-year-old boy talking to the dead like they were his only company. I have better company for him now. We're going to be fine. She underlined it. She closed the journal. She went to bed. She slept, because she had prepared, and she did not waste energy on outcomes she'd already done everything possible to influence. Outside, December settled over Hogwarts, cold and committed, and the school breathed around her the way old things breathed, the long slow respiration of stone and magic and 7 centuries of people doing things that mattered. Tomorrow, she thought. Tomorrow. Chapter 6, the ending. Dumbledore didn't write they went down on a Tuesday. Not because Tuesday had any particular significance, it was simply the night Quirrell moved, the night the castle registered something wrong in its old stone way and Fawkes sang one note in the headmaster's office that meant what it meant, and Wednesday was already awake when Harry knocked on the dormitory door at 11:45 because she'd been sitting at the window for 2 hours watching the third-floor corridor light. The light in that corridor had been wrong all evening. Not visibly wrong to someone who hadn't been watching it for 3 months. Wrong in the way of something that had been holding a particular tension and had finally released it. She opened the door before he knocked a second time. He looked at her. She looked at him. They'd done the preparatory conversation 3 nights ago and they didn't need to have it again. Ron and Hermione, she said. Hermione's already up. Ron took a minute. He'll be fine. I know. She picked up her bag, which had been packed since Sunday, and followed him into the corridor. Hermione was in the common room in her school robes with her hair pulled back and the specific focus quality she had when she'd converted fear into function, which was one of her better qualities. Ron was beside her looking pale in a way that was partly tiredness and partly the genuine courage of someone who was afraid and had decided to be there anyway, which Wednesday had come to understand was more valuable than fearlessness. Is it tonight? Hermione said. Yes, Wednesday said. Quirrell, Ron said. Quirrell, Harry confirmed. Ron nodded once, hard, like he was confirming something to himself. Then he said, right. Chess. I've been thinking about the board. You've seen it? Hermione said. No, Ron said. But Dumbledore's read on the thing is that it was built as a challenge for Harry's specific year. Which means the opening position will have weaknesses that match what we know. I've been running it in my head. He looked at Wednesday. How big is the board? Regulation size, Wednesday said. Based on the footprint of the room. Ron's jaw set. Then the pieces are life-size. Yes. And they'll play properly. They'll play to win, Wednesday said. Which is different from properly. Ron considered this like a man recalibrating risk. Then he said, okay. I have a line. They went. The third-floor corridor was exactly as cold as it always was, and the locked door was unlocked now, swinging slightly open in the way of things that had been passed through recently, which told them they were behind Quirrell by at most 20 minutes. Harry looked at the open door. Then he looked at Wednesday. She stepped through first. Not because she was braver but because she'd read the room descriptions 6 times and knew where the immediate hazards were, and the first hazard was the drop on the other side, which was larger than the door suggested and which she cleared cleanly and landed on stone with the ease of someone who'd grown up navigating Addams' architecture and its relationship with vertical drops. Behind her, one after another, Harry, then Hermione, then Ron. The dog was there. Fluffy was everything the name was not, 3 heads, each the size of a small car, breathing with the particular resonance of very large living things. The middle head was already tilting toward sleep, and the right head was following, and the left head tracked them with the yellow-eyed attention of something vast and not unkind but not safe. In the corner, a small harp was playing itself, winding down. Wednesday had a flute in her bag. She'd put it there in October on the theory that the harp was the mechanism and it was worth having a backup mechanism. She pulled it out and played the first 3 bars of something Morticia had taught her when she was 9, a melody that had no name that Wednesday had ever found, that the plants in the conservatory responded to, that had the quality of very old music meant for things that weren't quite human. All three heads went down. She looked at Harry. He was already at the trapdoor. They went through. The devil's snare was worse without light, which Wednesday had anticipated and prepared for. She'd spent 2 weeks in October researching the specific phytological responses of devil's snare and had written the key fact on an index card that she'd had Harry read until he had it. Total darkness is the optimal environment and intense light is lethal, and the plant responds to panic by tightening and responds to stillness by loosening. Hermione produced light with her wand, sharp and bright, and the snare recoiled with the specific unhappy speed of a plant encountering something it fundamentally disagreed with, and they dropped into the next room with the breathless efficiency of 4 people who had talked through this exact scenario enough times that the talking had become muscle memory. Ron dusted himself off. "I'm getting better at this," he said, to no one in particular. "You fell through a trapdoor correctly," Hermione said. "Don't congratulate yourself yet." "I'm choosing to take the victories I can find," Ron said. The keys were in the third room, hundreds of them, winged, moving in the patterns of things that had been enchanted to be erratic, and there was a single locked door and a single matching key that was damaged, one wing bent, because Quirrell had been through here already and not been careful with what he'd taken. Harry was on a broomstick in 15 seconds, because he'd looked at the room for about 2 of those seconds and identified the logic with the speed of someone whose pattern recognition was tuned very high. He went up like he'd been born at altitude, moving through the keys with an economy of motion that was almost rude given how recently he'd learned to fly, and he came back down with the damaged key in his hand. "Bent wing," he said. "I see it," Wednesday said. She took the key. The bent wing had changed its flight pattern to an irregular spiral. She'd watched Quirrell's entry wound in the swarm for approximately 8 seconds and identified the key shape and the damage pattern left behind. Keys that had been disturbed moved differently from keys that hadn't, and the disturbed cluster had a gap in it. She tried the key. The door opened. Ron said, quietly, "How did you get that from just looking?" "The swarm has a memory," Wednesday said. "It remembers the disturbance." She went through the door. The chess room was enormous and cold, and the board was exactly as large as Ron had calculated, which meant the pieces were roughly human-sized and had the specific quality of enchanted stone, not alive, but not quite not alive either, the consciousness of things that had one purpose and understood it completely. Quirrell had left devastation. Half the black pieces were rubble. The white pieces had regrouped and stood waiting in the positions they'd retreated to after the passage, looking at the 4 of them with the blank, settled attention of pieces at rest. Ron walked forward to the edge of the board and looked at it for a long time. Nobody spoke. Wednesday watched him read it, watched him see what Quirrell had forced and what the board had done in response and where the white pieces were now and what they were protecting. She watched him identify the line. She watched the moment he found it and the moment after that, when he understood what the line cost. He turned around. His face was pale, but his jaw was set in the specific way of someone who has made a decision they're not happy about and are not going to let that unhappiness change the decision. "I need to be the knight," he said. "Left side, there." He pointed. "It's the only move that opens the path to the king without triggering the," he paused. "Without triggering the other pieces. But the knight takes a hit on that diagonal." "How bad a hit?" Hermione said. Ron looked at her. "I'll be fine," he said. "Ron, I'll be fine, Hermione. Honestly." He looked at the board again. "Harry needs to get through. That's the point. That's what this is." Wednesday looked at Ron Weasley, 11 years old, pale, bad at transfiguration, excellent at chess and completely clear on what chess was actually for, which was not winning pieces but protecting what mattered, and she noted him in the part of her mind she kept for people who exceeded the first model she'd built of them. "You're sure?" Harry said. "Go," Ron said. They took their positions on the board. Wednesday would not describe the next 12 minutes in her journal. She would note that it happened and that Ron was, in fact, fine, and that the White Queen moved exactly as he'd calculated and that he was lying on the stone floor when they reached the other side and Hermione was beside him immediately with the efficiency of someone who had also been thinking about this scenario, and when Wednesday looked back Ron's eyes were open and tracking and he said, "Go." "I'm fine." "Go." Hermione looked at Harry. "I'll stay," she said. "Look after him." And then, because she was Hermione, "I trust you. Both of you." Harry looked at her for a moment. Wednesday watched his face, the warmth of it, the genuine thing it did with people he trusted. "Thank you," he said. "Thank me when you come back," she said. They went through the door. The potions room was smaller and darker and had the quality of something built by a very precise mind, bottles in a row, a parchment with a logic problem, fire before them and fire behind, and Quirrell had been here too but had made the wrong choice and the black flame was burning behind the door he'd gone through, which told Wednesday he'd solved it incorrectly or lied about his intent to the puzzle and the puzzle had caught it. She read the riddle in 40 seconds. It was elegant, genuinely elegant, the work of someone who understood that a puzzle was a kind of conversation, and who had made the conversation beautiful even though no one was meant to admire it. She found the small bottle on the right end. She looked at it. Harry looked at her. "1 dose," he said. "1 dose forward," she said. "The other bottle gets you back." She paused. "Harry." He looked at her. She had been thinking about what to say at this moment since the summer, and she had prepared 3 versions of it and discarded all 3 of them because they were all either too much or not enough and the thing she actually needed to say was simpler than all of them. "You're not alone in there," she said. "Whatever happens, whatever he says, whatever you see in the mirror, you're not alone. You have never been alone since the morning I found you in that cemetery." She looked at him steadily. "I need you to know that before you go through." Harry looked at her. The black flame was burning on both sides. The bottles were on the table between them. The castle was very old around them and the stone was cold and the moment had the specific quality of things that had been building for a long time and had arrived. "I know," he said. "Good," she said. He picked up the smaller bottle. He turned it once in his fingers, the way he turned things he was deciding to trust. He met her eyes. "Don't do anything annoying while I'm in there," he said. "I'm never annoying," she said. "You're occasionally, I'm occasionally precisely correct at inconvenient times," she said. "That's different." He almost laughed. He looked at her for one more second, green eyes and the scar and 11 years old and more himself than he'd ever been, completely and thoroughly himself, the product of 6 years of the Addams family and Morticia's Latin and Gomez's love and the cemetery and the library and Gerald on his shoulder and Pugsley's explosions and the specific education of someone who had been genuinely, unconditionally kept. And then he drank the bottle and stepped through the black flame. Wednesday drank her own bottle. The cold went through her like walking through water. She followed him. The final chamber was everything the approach was not. Not dark. Not dramatic. Quiet, in the specific way of places where something significant had already happened, the particular stillness of aftermath. The mirror of Eriste stood at the far end, tall and ornate, its golden frame catching the low light, and in front of it stood Quirrell. He was not stuttering. The trembling was gone and the nervousness was gone and what was left was something colder and more complete, the personality underneath the performance, which was itself a kind of mask for what was underneath even that. He turned when they came in and his face was the face of someone who had been waiting for this and had specific plans about how it proceeded. Wednesday stepped to Harry's left, 1 step behind. Not out of deference. Out of geometry, she needed to see both Quirrell and the mirror, and this was the angle that allowed it. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said. Not the stutter. A clean voice, educated, with something underneath it that was not Quirrell at all. "I wondered when you'd arrive." "I came as quickly as I could," Harry said. "The chess took a while." Quirrell's eyes moved to Wednesday. "And you've brought company." "I always bring her," Harry said. The Addams girl. Quirrell tilted his head. I've been told about you. Extensively. I'm flattered, Wednesday said. Don't be, Quirrell said. The information was not complimentary. Information usually isn't, Wednesday said. That doesn't mean it isn't useful. Quirrell looked at them with the assessing, patient attention of something that had been alive in one form or another for longer than Quirrell's body had existed. Then he moved, with a smoothness that the Quirrell of the Great Hall had never had, sideways toward the mirror. The stone, he said. I know it's in the mirror. I know the mechanism. His voice was the cold, flat voice of someone stating facts. I've tried to retrieve it 4 times and failed 4 times because, he paused. Because my deepest desire is apparently incompatible with the retrieval mechanism. A technical difficulty I've found consistently irritating. Yes, Wednesday said. That would be because you want to use it. Naturally. The mirror doesn't give the stone to someone who wants to use it, Wednesday said. It gives it to someone who wants to find it and nothing more. The architecture of the enchantment is very clean. She paused. You want to give it to Voldemort. The mirror registers the intent as consumption. The stone doesn't come. Silence. Which means, Quirrell said, that I need someone with the right intent to retrieve it for me. That's the theory, Harry said. You have the right intent, Quirrell said. You don't want to use it. You want to find it to stop me from using it. The mirror registers that as finding. He looked at Harry with the cold patience of something that had been thinking about this for a long time. Look in the mirror, Harry. Harry looked at him. And what? Give it to you after? Or I'll start doing things that are considerably less pleasant than having a conversation, Quirrell said. The pleasantness of his tone made it worse, not better. It was the pleasantness of something that considered the escalation a logistical decision rather than a threat. Harry looked at Wednesday. Wednesday looked at Quirrell. She was calculating. She had been calculating since they walked in. She had 3 variables she was working with simultaneously: what Quirrell could actually do, what the mirror's mechanism actually required, and what Dumbledore's contingency looked like from here. She had an answer. It wasn't the answer she wanted, because the answer she wanted was one in which Harry didn't have to do this. But it was the answer that was available. Look, she said to Harry. Harry looked at her. A question. Look in the mirror, she said. You know what you'll see. Look at it and know it and let the stone come. She held his eyes. Quirrell can't take it from you. That's the part he hasn't figured out yet. Quirrell's eyes narrowed. What? The stone comes to the right intent, Wednesday said, turning to Quirrell with the level attention she gave dangerous things. But it doesn't simply fall out of the mirror and land on the floor. It comes to the person. It goes to them. And the mechanism by which it can be taken, she paused, with the timing of someone who had been planning this sentence for 2 months, is not one that you're capable of. You're bluffing, Quirrell said. I don't bluff, Wednesday said. I say things that are accurate with the confidence of someone who has done the research. There's a distinction. And what research? The stone is protected by love magic, Wednesday said. Flamel's design, based on the same principle as Lily Potter's sacrifice, the protection works because it was built by someone who made it for someone they loved. The retrieval mechanism requires that the person who retrieves it is retrievable, is protected by the same kind of love that built it. She looked at Quirrell. You can't take it from Harry because the same protection that lets him retrieve it is precisely what makes him unreachable to you. Quirrell was very still. Harry was looking at Wednesday. She looked at him. She said, quietly, "Go look in the mirror." He turned. He walked to the mirror. Wednesday kept her eyes on Quirrell and listened to Harry stop in front of the mirror. She had described, 3 weeks ago in a store cupboard with Snape, what Harry would see: his family. Both families. She had been precise about it because she thought precision was a kindness. You could not prepare for something you hadn't looked at. What she had not told Harry, because she hadn't been sure until this moment, was what she would see if she were the one standing there. She kept her eyes on Quirrell. Behind her, she heard the exact moment Harry found it, not a sound, just a quality of stillness that changed, the way a room changed when something in it understood something. Quirrell moved. He moved fast, faster than the Quirrell-shaped body suggested, the speed of something much more than the host, and he moved toward Harry, and Wednesday was in his way before his second step, between Quirrell and the mirror and Harry with her hand extended and the intent she put behind things when she meant them absolutely. The spell she used wasn't from a textbook. The Addams family did not use textbook spells when the textbook was insufficient. It was old and blunt and it hit Quirrell in the chest and he went backward hard, not injured, not badly, not yet, but stopped, surprised, the cold eyes calculating something new. "Don't," Wednesday said. Quirrell looked at her with the expression of something that had just encountered a variable it was genuinely interested in. "What are you?" "Wednesday Addams," she said. "You're 12 years old," Quirrell said, with the curious flatness of something reassessing. "You keep saying that," she said. "It doesn't change anything about the situation." Quirrell looked at her. Then past her at Harry. Then back at Wednesday with the specific attention of something reading probability trees. "The girl," said a voice that was not Quirrell's voice. It came from behind the turban, from somewhere in the architecture of Quirrell's body that Quirrell was only the surface of. It was thin and cold and had the quality of something that had been surviving on the wrong side of death for 10 years and had not taken well to the accommodation. Wednesday looked at the back of Quirrell's turban without expression. "The Addams girl," the voice said, with the flatness of someone reading a file. "Not a threat in the conventional sense. Not a target. Simply, in the way." "Hello, Voldemort," Wednesday said. A pause. The pause of something that was not accustomed to being addressed directly by 12-year-olds without a discernible tremor. "You're not afraid," the voice said. "No," Wednesday said. "Everything is afraid of me. Everything with good survival instincts and insufficient information," Wednesday said. "I have excellent survival instincts and I've done extensive research. The combination eliminates most fear." Behind her she heard Harry. Not speaking, just the sound of him, present, the quality of Harry understanding something. Then Harry said, "I've got it." Quirrell turned his whole body toward Harry in the specific way of something that had stopped being interested in Wednesday as an obstacle and had simply decided to go through her. He never reached Harry. What happened next, Wednesday would describe in her journal with the honesty she brought to everything, which meant including the part that surprised her. The protection worked exactly as described. Quirrell's hands, raised to seize Harry, to force the stone from him through physical contact, touched Harry's skin and the effect was immediate and total. The hands blistered. Quirrell pulled back with the sound of something in extreme distress, the cold Voldemort voice rising sharply into something that was not a scream but was close to it, and Quirrell looked at his own hands with the expression of something encountering a physical law it had forgotten existed. Harry stood with his back to the mirror and the stone in his closed fist and Quirrell between them recoiling from hands that were burning with the contact of what the protection was, what it had always been, what Lily Potter had made it with the complete deliberateness of someone choosing something permanent. Quirrell tried a second time. The second time was worse. He collapsed. The cold voice rose and the turban unwound and Wednesday looked at the back of Quirrell's head and the face that had been living there and felt the specific revulsion of seeing something that had made itself into less than it could have been and had not noticed the loss. The face looked at Harry. "Give it to me," the voice said. Not threatening now, demanding, with the desperation underneath the cold of something that had been so close for so long. "No," Harry said. Simple. Clean. Not brave in the performed sense, just a decision, stated. The face looked at Wednesday. "Move," it said. "No," she said. "I will, you won't," she said. "You're a fragment." You're the piece of something that survived a mistake, and you've spent 10 years trying to recuperate through other people because you can't exist without a host and you can't get what you want because what you want is the only thing the universe has specifically arranged to be unavailable to you. She looked at it steadily. You've lost. Flamel's protection is intact, the stone is in Harry's hand, and you can't touch either of them. You have no move. The face was looking at her with something she didn't fully have a word for, the expression of something encountering the clear statement of its own situation for the first time in a long time from something it couldn't dismiss. Move, it said again, and there was no cold in it now, just the naked demand of something that was frightened of stopping. No, Wednesday said. The face tried to speak again. The door opened. Dumbledore came through it with the specific quality of someone who had been containing themselves to a specific radius for a specific amount of time and had now decided the radius was insufficient. He came through the door and the room changed, not dramatically, not with any theatrical effect, just the fundamental shift of a room when the most powerful person in it has entered it. He looked at Wednesday and Harry. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. He looked at the back of Quirrell's head. "Hello, Tom," he said, and his voice was the quiet of someone who had known this was coming for 40 years. The face said something. Wednesday didn't catch all of it and didn't need to. Dumbledore raised his wand. The cold went out of the room like a window closing. What happened to Quirrell, Wednesday did not watch. She turned to Harry. He was still standing with the stone in his closed hand, his back to the mirror, and he looked at her with the expression of someone who had come through something and was checking the far side of it. "You're all right?" she said. "Yes." He opened his hand. The stone was dark red, smaller than she'd expected, warm. He looked at it. "It worked." "Yes," she said. "It worked." "Your thing about the retrieval mechanism and the love protection," Harry said. "Was that?" He paused. "Accurate," she said. "Entirely accurate. You were also buying time." "I was doing both simultaneously," she said. "The accuracy made the time buying more effective." Harry looked at her. The aftercost look again, the look of someone who has moved through something difficult and is alive on the other side of it and is aware of both things. "Wednesday," he said. "Harry," she said. He held out the hand with the stone. "Take it," he said. "You should, I shouldn't," she said. "It goes to Dumbledore. That's what it's for." He closed his hand. He looked at Dumbledore, who had finished with whatever he'd done and was standing in the room with the quality of something resolved, an old man with a long war, and tonight, one piece of it ended. Dumbledore looked at Harry. He crossed the room and Harry held out the stone, and Dumbledore took it with the two-handed care of someone receiving something that cost more than its material value. "Thank you, Harry," he said. Harry nodded. Dumbledore looked at Wednesday. Something in his expression had the quality of the relief she'd seen in his office, deeper now, different in texture, the specific relief of someone who had been wrong about something important and had found out before it was too late. "Miss Addams," he said. "Professor," she said. "You told me," he said, quietly, "that I've been solving this alone for too long." "Yes," she said. "You were right." He paused. "I don't say that often enough, to enough people." He paused again. "I intend to say it more." Wednesday looked at him. "Good," she said. McGonagall was in the corridor outside with Ron on a conjured stretcher, awake and loudly fine, and Hermione beside him with the expression of someone who had been holding their composure together with considerable effort for 40 minutes and was now doing the mathematics of everyone being present and intact. Harry came through the door and Hermione looked at him for approximately 1 second and then crossed the corridor and hugged him, which Harry returned with the easy warmth of someone who had learned to receive that kind of thing without bracing. Ron said, from the stretcher, "Did you get it?" "Yes," Harry said. "The mirror thing worked?" "Yes." "Wednesday's plan with Quirrell?" "Also yes." "I hate that I missed that," Ron said. You didn't miss anything, Wednesday said. You made everything that came after possible. Ron looked at her. Did you just say something nice? I said something accurate, Wednesday said. Don't make it weird. Ron grinned. He lay back on the stretcher. I knew I liked you, he said. Dumbledore sent them to the hospital wing and came himself an hour later and sat with Harry for the conversation that the year had been building toward, the full version, the one without careful elisions, where he told Harry what he knew about the Horcruxes and what he suspected and what the war's resolution actually required and what his original plan had been and the ways in which the original plan had been insufficient. Wednesday was present. She sat in the chair by the window and let the conversation be Harry's, contributing when Harry looked at her, which he did 4 times. The conversation lasted 2 hours. McGonagall came in near the end and sat on Harry's other side, which Wednesday noted as a quiet declaration of something, the deputy headmistress choosing the chair that meant she was on this side of the table rather than no particular side. When it was over, Dumbledore sat with his hands folded and looked at Harry. There are more Horcruxes, he said. We know of at least 4 that remain. Finding them, destroying them, is the work of years. He paused. I should not have planned to do it alone. You don't have to, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Tell me what you know, Harry said. All of it. Not the version you were going to give the boy who lived when he was 17 and frightened enough to comply. The actual intelligence. He held Dumbledore's gaze. You said we could do this differently. I'm saying the same thing. We find the Horcruxes together and you don't make any more plans about my life without telling me what they are. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. That's a significant ask, he said. Some of it is, the knowledge is dangerous, Harry. I've spent years trying to. I know about the diary, Harry said. And the ring. And the locket. And the cup. And possibly the snake. He paused. I've been studying this for 2 years. I have a file. Dumbledore looked at Wednesday. He has a file, Wednesday confirmed. Dumbledore sat back in his chair. He looked at the ceiling. He made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was in that territory. He looked back at Harry. Your file, he said. Is it organized? I organized it, Wednesday said. Of course, Dumbledore said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, the 7th Horcrux, he said. The one I haven't told anyone. The one I've been, he stopped. He looked at Harry with an expression that was the most unguarded thing Wednesday had seen on his face. There's something I've suspected for several years that I haven't been able to, the scar, Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. The night Voldemort killed my parents, Harry said. The curse rebounded. A soul fragment can't just stop. It has to go somewhere. And the only living thing in the room after the rebound was me. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I've known for about a year. The hospital wing was very quiet. How long have you known? Dumbledore said, and his voice was careful in the way of someone looking for cracks. Since I read Flamel's theory of Horcrux formation, Harry said. And then I asked Wednesday to confirm the theory using the available evidence and she did and we spent about a month figuring out what to do about it and then we added it to the file. Dumbledore looked at Wednesday. The soul fragment doesn't make Harry a Horcrux in the conventional sense, Wednesday said. The conventional Horcrux requires intentional creation and a vessel prepared for the purpose. Harry is an incidental vessel, the fragment attached to the only available living anchor. The attachment is real and the fragment has influence but she paused. It's poorly seated. Flamel's theory suggests an incidental fragment is significantly more vulnerable to destruction than an intentional one. Significantly, Dumbledore said slowly. The question of how to destroy it without killing Harry was the difficult part, Wednesday said. We think we have a theory. It's in section 4 of the file. Dumbledore looked at them for a long time. He looked at Harry, who was sitting up in the hospital bed with the calm of someone who has been carrying a significant piece of information without flinching and has become comfortable with its weight. He looked at Wednesday, who was sitting with her journal in her lap and her pen at the ready and the level, patient gaze of someone who had been preparing for this meeting for longer than she'd been at Hogwarts. He said, finally, quietly, "Show me the file." Wednesday opened her bag. The year ended without ceremony, which was not how it felt. It felt like something completed, not finished, because the Horcruxes were still out there and Voldemort was still a fragment in the world and the war had not ended so much as entered a new phase. But something completed, the way a first chapter was completed, the way a plan moved from theoretical to operational and the operational phase began in earnest. Harry old Gomez and Morticia the next morning. The owl came back from home in 6 hours with a letter from Gomez that was 3 pages long and enthusiastic and included the line, "Morticia has been pacing the garden since your first letter and is currently expressing her feelings through the azaleas, which is not their fault," and a letter from Morticia that was 2 sentences and said everything the 2 sentences needed to say. Pugsley sent a letter via Gomez's owl that said, "Did anything explode? I want a full accounting. Also, I finished the device. It works. Father says you'll be impressed." Harry read both letters 3 times. He and Ron had a prolonged conversation at breakfast about the chess match, which Ron described in extensive detail and which became over the course of the conversation considerably more dramatic than Wednesday's memory of the event, and she let this happen because the story Ron was telling was its own kind of true. The emotional truth of someone who had made a significant sacrifice and needed to talk about it in a way that let him keep his dignity. Hermione had written a 20-page summary of the entire year's events, annotated with sources, which she gave to Wednesday with the air of someone presenting something for peer review, and Wednesday read it on the train home and found 3 inaccuracies and wrote corrections in the margins and handed it back, and Hermione read the corrections with the expression of someone finding the peer review more satisfying than she'd expected. Ron read over Hermione's shoulder and said, "This is genuinely the most you two have been friends." "We're not," Hermione started. "We are," Wednesday said. Hermione looked at her. Wednesday looked back. "Fine," Hermione said. "We are." She straightened her paper. "Your transfiguration analysis in section 7 is still wrong, though." "It isn't," Wednesday said. "It absolutely is." "Show me your source," Wednesday said. "I'll show you 3 sources, show me 3 sources and I'll show you why 2 of them are citing the same original error." Harry and Ron looked at each other with the expression of 2 people who had recognized that they were witnessing something inevitable and were going to be spending a great deal of future time in its vicinity. "We're going to be fine," Harry said. "Yep," Ron said. King's Cross was its familiar loud self, and the Hogwarts Express came in slow and then stopped with the specific finality of trains that had been somewhere important, and the platform filled with reunions. Gomez was there, in the chalk-striped suit, and he was vibrating with the contained energy of a man who had been waiting for several months for this and had things to say about it. And he opened his arms when Harry came through the barrier and Harry went into them without hesitation, and Gomez held on with the grip of someone who had spent the last several hours aware that his son had been in a chamber with a piece of Voldemort and was now processing the relief of having him back. Morticia was behind him, and she put her hands on Harry's face when Gomez finally released him and looked at him with the thorough, unperformative attention she gave things she loved, and Harry stood still for it, and then she said something very quiet that Wednesday was not close enough to hear, and Harry nodded. Pugsley was there too, which had required some negotiation given that he was 9 and it was a school day, and he crashed into Harry with a total absence of ceremony and said immediately, "Tell me everything." "The chess. Was the queen really massive?" Harry said. "The size of a small house?" "No." "Yes." "And Ron just walked up to it and let it take him," Harry said. "It was," he paused. "It was something." Pugsley looked at Ron, who was being engulfed by Weasley family members behind them, and said, "He's all right, though." "Completely fine," Harry said. Already describing it as though he did it on purpose. Pugsley grinned. "I like him." "I know." He likes you. He wants to see the device. Everyone wants to see the device, Pugsley said, with satisfaction. Wednesday came through the barrier and Morticia looked at her with the specific expression that was the Morticia version of the Gomez enthusiasm, quieter, deeper, the warmth of someone who didn't perform feeling but whose feeling was therefore more completely real for being unperformed. Wednesday, Morticia said. Mum, Wednesday said. She let herself be held. She didn't always. She made her peace with being held when the people doing it were people she'd chosen and who had chosen her back, and she held on briefly and with the full deliberateness of someone who had decided that deliberate warmth was not less than spontaneous warmth but simply more honest. Gomez had his arm around her before she'd fully pulled back, and he said into her hair, in Spanish, something about being proud of her that she didn't respond to directly but which she noted in the particular filing system she kept for things she needed to keep. How was it? He said, pulling back to look at her. Comprehensive, she said. Were you magnificent? She considered this. I was accurate, she said. At high speed. Under pressure. Same thing, Gomez said. She allowed this. The car home was the Addams car, still the same long black vehicle that had driven to King's Cross at the start of September, and it was full in the way it always was, Gomez in the front, Pugsley taking up the middle with the physical confidence of someone who had decided they had a right to the middle, Harry and Wednesday on either side. Harry had Gerald's cage on his lap. Gerald had been at home for the term, Hogwarts had been initially resistant to a crow that had opinions, and Gerald had opinions about most things, and Gerald had come back to Harry at King's Cross with the unembellished directness of a crow that had been waiting and didn't see the point in pretending otherwise. Harry scratched Gerald's head through the cage bars. Gerald made the sound. The car pulled out of King's Cross and into the London traffic, which Gomez navigated with his characteristic relationship to lanes and indicated turns, and the city moved past the windows. Morticia turned around from the front seat. The Horcruxes, she said, because Morticia went directly to the thing. Dumbledore is working with us now, Harry said. Properly working. He's sharing everything he knows. He paused. Most of it confirmed what we already had. The locket is the one we don't know the location of. Dumbledore thinks he has a lead. The diary was destroyed, Morticia said. In second year, Harry said. When Ginny Weasley, that hasn't happened yet. In second year. We prepare for it, Morticia said. Already in the file, Wednesday said. Morticia looked at Wednesday with the expression. Wednesday looked back. Between them passed the specific warmth of two people who communicated efficiently and valued that efficiency and had the additional layer of genuine feeling underneath it. The seventh Horcrux, Morticia said. We have a theory, Wednesday said. I've written it up. I want your opinion before we take it to Dumbledore. Bring it to me tonight, Morticia said. Yes, Wednesday said. Gomez was watching them in the rearview mirror with the expression he had when his family was doing something that made him feel things he couldn't contain, which was more or less his default expression. My extraordinary children, he said, to the windscreen, to London, to whoever was listening. You're going to drive into that bus, Pugsley said. Gomez swerved around the bus without looking. Magnificently, he clarified. Harry laughed. The laugh, the real one, full and uncontained, and Pugsley started explaining the device and Gomez started arguing passionately for a route that was definitely not the fastest route home but was, he maintained, scenically superior, and Morticia looked out the window at London with the quality of someone who was home when her family was in the same car regardless of geography. Wednesday looked out the window. She wrote the last entry of the year that night, in her room, with the graveyard visible through the open window and Gerald on the roof doing whatever Gerald did on roofs when Harry was asleep and not requiring supervision, and the house settling around her with the familiar sounds of a structure that had been in her family for so long it had developed opinions. She wrote, Year 1 ends. The stone is with Dumbledore. Quirrell is gone. Voldemort is a fragment and a fragment we now know the complete topology of, all 6 external Horcruxes mapped, the 7th accounted for in theory, the destruction sequence outlined and pending Morticia's assessment. Dumbledore is changed. Not transformed, he is still who he is, still carries the war the way he carries it, with the weight of someone who chose to be responsible for something enormous and has spent 60 years honoring that choice even when the choice cost him his judgment. But he's changed in the way that people change when they're given accurate information about their own mistakes and decide to do something with it rather than protect themselves from it. He will make more mistakes. He will also, I think, make fewer of the kind that cost people their childhoods. Harry is, she stopped. She looked at the word Harry on the page and thought about what came after it. She wrote, Harry is exactly what I thought he was in the cemetery. Every version of him I found in those mornings, the boy talking to graves, the boy who ate like someone who'd been told he was eating too much, the boy who made his first joke and didn't look to see if it landed, all of those were the same person. The one I'm sitting in this house with now is the same person, just more of him. More room to be himself. More years of it. I used to not have a word for what I felt when I found him. I have several now. I don't say them, because I don't say most of the things I feel, because saying them changes them and I prefer to keep them accurate. But I have them. Tomorrow Pugsley shows Harry the device. The week after that, Dumbledore sends the intelligence files on the remaining Horcruxes. The week after that, we start. The war isn't over. The war has years in it yet, more losses than we currently know, more decisions than we've planned for, more moments in corridors and chambers and places we haven't been yet where the plan meets reality and has to be adjusted and the adjustment requires things we don't know yet that we're capable of. But we know the complete topology of the problem. We have Dumbledore honest and working. We have Snape arriving for Christmas on Thursday. We have Hermione's annotated year-end summary with 3 errors that she'll admit to eventually. We have Ron, who let a queen take him on a chess board because the line required it and who would do it again, immediately, without being asked. We have this family. This house. Gerald on the roof. We have everything we need. She closed the journal. She capped her pen. She turned off the lamp and sat for a moment in the dark of her room with the graveyard outside the window and the yew trees against the sky and the specific quiet of a place that was hers. Harry's window was open 2 rooms down. She could hear, very faintly, the sound of him talking. She had, over 6 years, become fluent in Harry's voice at night, the quality of it when he was on the cusp of sleep, reading himself into it, the tone he used when he was working through something. He wasn't working through something. He was talking to Gerald. The low, companionable voice of someone telling a crow about their day, which was a habit he'd never stopped having, the cemetery version of himself, the boy who talked to things that listened without consequence. He did it still. He did it always. She listened for a moment. Gerald made his sound. Wednesday pulled her knees to her chest and sat in the dark and thought about all the things she'd planned and all the things she hadn't, about Dumbledore's face when Harry handed him the stone, about Quirrell's hands burning, about the mirror with the firelight on its frame, about the moment in the potions room when she'd said you have never been alone and had meant every syllable with the complete, unambiguous weight of something she'd been carrying since she was 10 years old and had walked through a cemetery gate at 6 in the morning and heard a small boy talking to the dead. She thought about what she'd said to Harry, "You have never been alone since the morning I found you." She thought about the other side of that sentence, the one she hadn't said, which was also true, "And neither have I." She sat with it. She let it be what it was. Outside, Gerald made a sound, and Harry said something soft, and the yew trees in the Addams graveyard were very still against the summer-dark sky, and the house breathed around her, old and hers and full of people who had chosen each other with the deliberateness that made choosing mean something. Wednesday Addams had declared war on Dumbledore when she was 10 years old, sitting on a dead woman's grave with a copy of Poe and the clear, unambiguous certainty of someone who had looked at a situation and decided it was unacceptable. She had not won the war. Not yet. The war had years in it. But she had done the thing she'd set out to do in the cemetery, the thing she'd done before she had the words for it, she had found the boy talking to the dead and given him somewhere better to be. Everything else was just the plan. She lay down. She closed her eyes. She slept.